It's deck techin' time, said our everybody's favorite superhero, Deck Techius. Yeah, we got a full lineup today. We have 4 deck techs, 4 whole deck techs already. Thank you all so much. We got some very different styles of decks, and of course, a lot of them we're going to be talking about how the Strixhaven cards fit into them, because a lot of them have themes that work well with it. A lot of these decks, in fact, the notes that you sent me are like, I'm working on using these new cards from the deck, and you know, that was kind of the inspiration for some bits and pieces here, etc., etc. So we should just jump right into it. It's okay, Mark. If I stay on if I stay on schedule today, we could probably do 1 or 2 more. Okay. Also, oh yeah, Nerd Girl, if you're still here, the thing that we just got an email about, can you have Airball put that in the Dropbox or somewhere that I can access that thing that we just got an email about? Deck number 1, submitted by Red, Jundamentals, which is a great name. Great name. It's the commander pair of Vile Smasher and Kodama. So naturally, with these two, we want to do big thing. We want to play big thing. Vile Smasher the Fierce. When you cast your first spell each turn, you deal damage to a random opponent equal to that spell's mana value. And Kodama of the East Tree, whenever something enters under your control, you can put something from your hand with equal or less value onto the battlefield for free. But Red did send some notes, which is always helpful. It focuses on the fun of putting things into play, which I can appreciate. Idea to cheat in creatures using Kodama and leveraging the Evoke and Encore elementals to flood the board with more expensive creatures than their Convoke costs, which is a great idea. Because let's look at this. You know, all of the elementals with Evoke, the Evoke cost is much less than the mana cost. So, like, you know, of course, there's we have Fury and Grief and Endurance, which all cost no mana. You're just exiling the card. But even basic stuff like Foundation Breaker, you're only paying 2 mana to evoke it, but it costs 4. And importantly, both of these cards only care about the number in the top right. Vile Smasher says equals the spell's mana value. So if you evoke Fury, it's dealing 5 damage. And Kodama also cares about the mana value. So if you evoke Fury, you get to put a free 5 or less cost card into play, even though you've only exiled a red card from your hand. Great. So already a solid, like, base strategy and synergy to build around. But then he said he ran into the problem that there weren't enough good evokers, which I think is true. So also added similar abilities like Warp to cheat in creatures with high costs for less. There's also, I believe, a Henzi in here that does that same thing. I think it's funny that they give us this version, which is actually not a playable card. Okay, so the focus for this is It does a bunch of stuff, but then struggles with closing out the game. We're trying to keep it in bracket 2. And we want to probably be removing these last 2 sorceries. So everything in the deck is a permanent. Because even the 2 instants are really lands that happen to have an instant side. Looking at the prepare creatures as possible stuff to slot in. And then doing some, asking for the veggie touch. Bringing out the joy of dropping something in for free. And that we can do. So first, we'll look at Red's list. And then I'll show you what adjustments that we can make to really bring out that joy. Okay. So we have some basics, some mana producing creatures, because Kodama is 6 mana, and then we're trying to do something after Kodama. So we do want this to come down relatively early, or to be able to have mana left over afterward. We have a lot of stuff that we can get into play for cheap. Bygone Colossus, hilarious. Perfect spot for this card. You're paying 3 mana. If the Kodama's out, then you can drop anything that costs 9 or less onto the board. We have the suite of Evoke Elementals. Free. We also have some nice utility stuff like Foundation Breaker. Glare Wielder is one that I actually never seen before. 2 mana, 5 cost though, and we make some things not block. Shriekmaw, great, love that. And then towards the top end, we do have the Encore Elementals. Some like Diamond Weapon we can get in for cheap. Rotten Mouth Viper can reduce its cost. Yeah, love it. We even have a couple cards here that are capitalizing on the fact that we have a bunch of high cost stuff in the deck. Twilight Prophet and Keen Duelist both care about revealing cards with a high mana value. Disciple of Bolus cares about creatures with a high power, which we tend to naturally get when we're playing things that cost a lot. We only have 4 instants and sorceries. Board Wipe. Rishkar's Expertise is really cute here. Like, again, we are naturally going to have creatures with high powers on the board. And then it lets you cast something for free, which will then probably trigger the Kodama. Then we have MDFCs. Happy to see those. Also, a smart choice here. Usually, if you're in green and you're ramping on turn 2, Talisman's not the best choice. Because these are artifacts that can be interacted with. Somebody could destroy all artifacts or something. Somebody could play a card that turns artifacts off. Normally, you'd want like Rampant Growth or Nature's Lore or Farseek or whatever else. But not in this deck. Because these trigger Kodama. So even though we don't have a lot of options to put in, it still means we could drop in any of these small creatures. It means we could drop another Talisman onto the board, or we can just put a land into play. So there is upside with these that I like, and I think this is a good choice. Okay, then we have some other enchantments that are helping us a lot with cheating stuff. Dagoth says cope. Look, okay, I do want you all to think about how often it matters. because like in a bubble, I do think the optimal choice is land ramp. Those are less likely to be interacted with. But when was the last time that somebody destroyed your mana rocks in a way that actually stopped you from doing what you needed to do? And then how often did that cost you a game? I personally am always going to lean into make the choice that supports what your deck is doing, as opposed to I just play the better in a bubble card. Do I is that a reference? I don't know what it is. I'd assume it was just like I'm a goth, but I'm not any old goth. I'm duh goth. So these enchantments, we have another way to cheat big things out. We can reanimate them. Great. Two good options here. We can also just make them cost less. Heartless Summoning, I love this card so much. This is such an efficient way to reduce the cost of your stuff. And we don't really care about the -1/-1 because, like, for our evoke stuff, that stuff was dying anyway. Beanstalk's drawing us cards from evoking because, again, this is checking the mana value of the spell. If you evoke, doesn't matter. Doesn't matter what you actually paid for it. It's the first thing. Hey! Thank you, King Cow. Really appreciate that. And hello, Mitcheltron. Love the title of the stream. And then we have Flame Shadow Conjuring. Very, very cute here. Because you play your big thing. You get a trigger from the Kodama. But you also get this trigger. So you pay an extra red. You make a non-token copy, or you make a token copy of whatever you just played. And a token copy still has a mana value. So Kodama triggers again, counting that mana value. Oh, yeah. And then some other stuff to cheat in. Lurking Predators. Bigger on the inside gives us Cascade. And then some other permanents to just help us out in some basic stuff that we want to do in every Magic game. Cool. And then we got manas. I think this is a really great place to start. And since I got this a little ahead of time, I came prepared. I've already started doing a little bit with this. So first, let me show you what we cut. We're going to talk about it. First, we cut the sorceries because that was a thing that Reddit mentioned anyway. I think we're fine to replace these. Easy. I dropped 2 enchantments. Black Market Connections is a fine card, but I think not terribly efficient for what we're doing here. It's a little bit of ramp. The treasures do trigger, they do trigger Kodama. The shapeshifters do trigger Kodama, but both of those have a mana value of 0, so all you're putting on the board are lands. Not terrible, but I think we can do better. And Garrick's Uprising, this is okay, but the original list did actually not have enough creatures with power 4 or greater to make me happy to run this card. And you'll notice I also cut Beast Whisperer over here. I don't think this deck needs as much card draw. You just need a couple cards in that give you a big chunk of card draw. I removed Keen Duelists, Midnight Reaper, Twilight Prophet, also some card advantage stuff. Um, I thought this was like this cute, but I would rather these slots just be more big stuff. Um, I also cut some of the ramp pieces because I replaced them with some other ones that I like more. So Studious First Year, I think this is a great card, but I think it shines in other places where you get more out of the 1/1 like creature body. Adelan Jackal is also a fine card, but I've just replaced it with ramp that I like better. Rutstein also same thing. I cut the Henzi. Um, the idea behind this makes a lot of sense. We are trying to cheat out big things for less, and that is what Blitz does. But Henzi in the 99 does not do a great job of that. He's also very pip intensive because he gives all of your stuff Blitz, but Blitz equal to mana cost. So we're not reducing anything by there. And then he reduces the Blitz cost by 1 for each time you cast your commander from the command zone. So 1? Like, more as the game goes on, sure. But I don't think he does. I don't think he actually does what we want in this deck. 2 for 2 commanders. I actually don't even remember exactly how this works, but then that does rely on the fact, okay, for a reduction that we're happy about, you have to have cast both your commanders. I don't know. I think the Kodama is the important part. Vial Smasher is the secondary. He's the secondary. You don't need Vial Smasher for this deck to work. And there are a lot of things that I think you can do better for 3 mana. Yeah, I don't think that he does exactly what you're looking for, as efficiently as we'd hope. Solemn, think is fine filler, but I'm here to replace the filler. This card just doesn't cut it, I don't think. We don't get a ton out of stopping blockers, especially since a lot of our stuff evokes, so we're not attacking with it ever. Delver scares me. Delver scares me here. I think taking damage equal to mana cost in the deck where all of our mana costs are huge. Yikes. I cut all of the Encore Elementals. They're the 3 that were in the deck in the original precon: Jubilation, Lamentation, and Impulsivity. Because they actually do the opposite of what your initial game plan is. The Encore costs are all a good bit higher than the actual mana values, and we have to find a way to get them into the graveyard. I don't think this deck is great at doing that. So I felt like those were slots that we can improve. I cut some of the other high-end stuff. Huskburster, Swarm, and Diamond Weapon are good because they're high-cost things that reduce their cost. But the deck is also not particularly efficient at putting things into the graveyard. We will have some because we're evoking creatures, but it's not enough. Like, even if you evoked things on like most turns, you're still only reducing these costs by like 3 or 4. So these slots got big upgrades on creatures that are reducing their costs more efficiently. Broodmate Tyrant is here just because it was something to put at the top end and has Encore, but same thing. I think Encore is not the direction to go for this strategy. And so I replaced this with the other top end. And then Cladstone Curio. Man, this hurt me to cut. I see the vision. This allows you to like okay, I've evoked something in, I'm bouncing something else back, then I can play that thing from my hand. And depending on the way that you stack the triggers with Kodama, it could be that you bounce something back to your hand and then play it back immediately with the Kodama trigger. But I think that is some magical Christmas land. And one of the things I really struggled with in this deck was just having the things like getting it going. And this is a thing that's like win more. So it did eventually get the chop. Here's what I added. First of all, especially since we're in bracket 2, instantly swapped in Mosswort Bridge and Spine Rock Null. We have a ton of stuff that is super expensive in the deck. So we don't lose much by running these lands that can absorb one of our big spells for later. 10 power, we will definitely have at some point. 7 damage to opponent, Vial Smasher. So both of these lands, you're very likely to be able to get to cast. The replacements for ramp that I added: Gwenna, Overgrowth, Shadow in the Warp, Shaman of Forgotten Ways, Somberwald Sage. What's significant about this package is they are all at 3 mana, and they all ramp you more than 1. Gwenna taps for 2. Overgrowth taps for, lets it land tap for an additional 2. Shadow in the Warp reduces by 2. Shaman taps for 2. Somberwald Sage taps for 3. So that means we can play one of these on turn 3. On turn 4, we untap and can play Kodama. We even have the nuts draw of play a Birds or Ignoble Hierarch on turn 1, play one of these on turn 2, play our Kodama on turn 3. That's pretty good. In particular, Gwenna is sick here because when you cast creature spell with power 5 or greater, she untaps. So Kodama untaps her. So that gives you the possibility of immediately then using that mana to like evoke something. Great, it's so good. And then Shadow, like I really like Shadow in the Warp, gives you some upside of hitting everybody constantly. You just have to remember to remember your triggers. One of the things, Red, that you said you were looking at for this deck was the prepare creatures. I think they're fine. But really, the only ones that I was particularly interested in for this deck, Vastland Scavenger, I think is great because it has a spell attached to it that sneaks a creature into play. Emeritus of Woe, I think is fine. I've talked about how I think this card is pretty terrible, but I like it a lot more if I can put it into play for free. We're also fairly likely to be able to prepare it since it needs 2 or more creatures to die by your end step, and we're evoking a bunch of stuff. So I was like, I can be happy with this. You are also running Grave Researcher, and one other one maybe? Oh, I cut the other one, the bear. This one is also fine. If there are 3 more creatures in your graveyard, I think that is fairly attainable. Again, evoke. To get a reanimate, which is good at cheating stuff. I was like, okay, I think these are the ones that I'd be happy to play here. If I'm going to be totally honest, if I'm building this deck for me, I probably cut all of them. But I think if you're looking to test out the prepared creatures, see how they play, and you just want to play the new cool cards, they totally work. I put some other ways to cheat stuff onto the board. Ilharg, swing, you cheat a creature from your hand on the board. Ovia, one of I don't remember if this was Nerd Girl's preview card or if it was Decked Out's preview card. But either way, give some love to Ovia. Like, is this going to get totally shot in the face? Yeah. Yeah, but if it survives, you're off to the races. And I think that's worth it. The other upside is the first ability is not totally irrelevant. Because at some point later in the game, you're going to have a bunch of big creatures on the board. So she can just be a trample enabler, and that does stuff. Yeah, off to the races, nice. Yeah. What other things? Oh yeah, to cheat out. Sunbird's Invocation. I haven't seen one of these in a while, and I think this does some serious work in the deck. It is also a card that cares about the spell's mana value, not how much you actually paid for it. So evoking a creature, it's looking at the actual number in the top right. And then it lets you cast something for free, which will again trigger your Kodama. And since it is an enchantment, it is cheatable out with Kodama. It all around, I think, if our idea here is that pure joy of like playing stuff for free, Sunbird's Invocation is it. Oh, and then Harrogast. This is another one. This gives all of your stuff emerge. So if you actually end up with stuff on the board that isn't actually doing as much once it's there, like, you know, like your evoke stuff. So if you end up actually cheating this out with Kodama or playing it straight up because you have nothing better to do, Harrogast can turn that later into, okay, I sacrifice it, reducing a creature's cost. Nice. Also, this is a 6/6 flyer and helps to refill your hand. So it really does so much all in one package. Yeah, exactly. Harrogast to me does what we wanted Henzi to do. I also added some stuff that reduces its own cost, but in a more efficient way than some of the other ones. We absolutely run Galta here. Like, warp out Bygone Colossus, also play Galta for 3. Yeah. This feels really easy to play, and then this allows you to put literally any other card from the whole deck onto the board. Like, there's nothing that costs more than this. Primeval Protector, also so easy to play for cheap, and you can blame your opponents for it since it's reduced by 1 for each creature your opponents control. And also an oldie but a goodie, Avatar of Woe. If there are 10 or more creature cards total in all graveyards, we are filling our graveyards with a couple creatures, and opponents just naturally happens. So it's pretty consistent. You can play this for 2 mana. It is a beater. 6/5 with Fear usually gets in on players and starts blasting stuff on the board if you need to get rid of problems. Yeah. Oh, and then I thought this one was super cute. Check out Chandra's Incinerator. 6/6 for 6 mana, but it costs less, equal to the non-combat damage that you've dealt to your opponents this turn. Oh, hey, check out what we have in the command zone. So you're telling me we evoke one big thing, Vial Smasher blasts an opponent for a bunch of mana, essentially, a bunch of damage, and then Chandra's Incinerator comes down for 1. You know, we do the Kodama thing, but also the second part, whenever a source you control deals non-combat damage to an opponent, you get to hit one of their creatures or planeswalkers for that much. So also, after it's out, every Vial Smasher trigger lets you hit a creature. Yeah, that makes me very happy. What other? I think that covers the categories of ads here. I also just dropped in some other stuff that I felt was good. We replaced some of the evoke stuff with just better evoke stuff. We dropped a board wipe, so I figured let's put a board wipe in. You can also, if you have your Kodama out, you can stack the triggers so that the evoke resolves first. So you have Night Incarnate come out. You resolve the evoke trigger before Kodama, so you give everything -3, and then you cheat something out from your hand that is not affected by the -3. Ingot Chewer is in here because this is really efficient as far as the evoke cost, and there's always going to be some artifact that you can destroy. But being able to get a 5 cost thing out for 1, really nice. Spite Bellows as well gives us some interaction. And lets us cheat out a 6 cost. Yeah. All right. Also, like, just quality of life, Soul of the Harvest. Since we took out a bunch of card draw, I added this since it's also one big beater. And it is going to draw you a card in a more efficient way than, like, Beast Whisperer, because this triggers when creatures enter the battlefield, not when you cast spells. So it is also triggering when Kodama cheats them onto the board. I adjusted your top end a little bit. Sepulchral Primordial is so nice here. You get to reanimate a creature from each opponent's graveyard. So that is also 3 more triggers for Kodama. World Spell. Let's say you have cheated out your Avatar of Woe. You drop World Spell off of Kodama. Now, you have the flexibility. Either you already have more stuff in your hand that you want to cheat out. You read ahead to Chapter 3, you drop 2 non-saga permanents onto the battlefield, also triggering Kodama. Or, if you're out of gas, the first 2 chapters let you dig to another big permanent. One of the cuter includes is Gruff Triplets. I want to point out that this was inspired by a card that Red already had in the deck. Giant Ataphage is really smart here. When it deals combat damage to a player, you make a token that is a copy of Giant Ataphage, which triggers Kodama, and copies have the same mana value. So I was like, what else do I know that does something like that? Gruff Triplets makes 2 copies of itself. Both getting you 2 more 6 drops from Kodama. Let's see. I added Disciple of Freyalise because we love MDFCs, and this one is all around what you want. It is a big, it's a high cost thing. It is also drawing you a bunch of cards, gaining you a bunch of life, and a land when you need it. I think the last cute thing that I added was Mimic Vat. It's we are evoking a lot of stuff, so that those creatures will immediately go into the vat. And then when you activate its ability to make a token that's a copy of the exiled card, that is triggering Kodama every time. And a lot of the cards that we have in this deck, really, we only care about what they do when they enter. So this this card is really well positioned in the deck, and sometimes this just like steals wins where your opponent is foolish and plays something big onto the board and somebody else kills it and you're like, cool, I'm gonna take that and I get to play it every turn now. Yeah. I want to point out some other thoughts that exist here. I thought about a sneak attack for this deck. I think you could run it. I think it would be really good here. It would be stupid good here. Is it bracket 2? I don't know. This is a really strong card. You are probably fine to play it. But this is like, if I was playing bracket 2 and I had this in my deck, this would be one of the cards where I'm like, also I have sneak attack in this deck. It would be really, really good here. I really wanted Monstrous Vortex to work, and maybe with the adjustments to the deck, it does. Yeah, exactly. Sneak attack really takes over. Vortex lets you get more free stuff, but you need your creature's spell. For one, it is a cast trigger, and it looks for power 5 or greater. And especially the deck in its initial like form did not have enough. It might have enough after this, and the card is really fun. Mirror of Life Trapping, I probably would make a spot for this. This is like cute beyond cute. Creature enters the battlefield. If it was cast, you exile it, and then you return everything else that was exiled with this to the battlefield. So it means you just double trigger Kodama all the time. So you're like, it's funny because it also gets around evoke. Actually, I don't know why didn't I put this in the deck? This goes in the deck. I don't know why I didn't put this in the deck. Yeah. So creature enters, if you cast it, exile it. So you evoke something, you resolve this trigger first, exile it. The sacrifice can't happen because the creature is gone, but you've gotten the ETB, you've gotten the Kodama trigger, and then when you cast anything else, that creature returns to the battlefield, you get another Kodama trigger, and the sacrifice has already fizzled. And then the last one I thought about was Primal Surge. Because you were already down to only four non-permanent cards in the deck. And we cut the 2 sorceries. It would be very easy to cut these last 2 instants and run Primal Surge. It's just up to you if you wanted to make this a Primal Surge deck. For those of you who are not familiar, so it's 10 whole mana, which is a lot of mana, but if you resolve this card and every card in your deck is a permanent, it just reads, put your deck onto the battlefield. That probably wins you the game. Yeah, I think this is a great time. And as I did some play tests, it definitely ran a little smoother. We are currently at 102, so I need to find two more cuts for you. Because like even look at this hand. Let me move myself out of the way. So this is no play until turn 3. But it still means you get to go like draw, land, draw, I don't know, land, draw, land, Gwenna, draw, land, Kodama. Untap Gwenna. Uh cast Birds of Paradise. Put a land onto the board. And then if you manage to untap here, cool. Like now we're in a happy position. Okay, Elect Man. No, I see you. I'll check in with you after this one because I can always shuffle stuff around and do like Callistus before this one. But yeah, I mean like look at this turn. Yeah, so we untap here. You can like let's say play Vial Smasher. Um Vial Smasher cheats in Sakura Tribe Elder. We've spent 1 2 like 3 mana. We have 1 2 1 2 3 4 5 now. I don't know. You can play one of these things. You could like bolus your Vial Smasher. You can sack the Sakura Tribe Elder, get a land, put another land onto the battlefield. Like, yeah. Yeah. The one thing I do want to point out, so you had said, hey, the deck has trouble closing out games. And we didn't like stick a Crater Hoof in here. In fact, we took out the closest thing you had to it, which was Jubilation. But we've now added a lot better like consistency to drop big threats onto the board. And hitting your opponents is now a much more reasonable win condition. Plus, you now have like Vial Smasher gets a little bit more juice from things that we put into the deck. It felt to me like this was quickly producing board states that were life total threatening. But if you still end up having problems with it, then you just swap out some of your top end for it could be Crater Hoof. If you need Crater Hoof Light, you go like Pathbreaker Ibex or N-Raise Forerunners or yeah, the bounce lands are in here. So there is the link to this list. All good. This was very fun to take a look at. Okay. Elect Man, how do you feel about going now, or should I delay by one? Hey, Twilight Sovereign. See you, Red. While I wait a moment for Elect Man, I'm gonna duplicate this so I can mess with it. Good with whatever? No. Like, we got plenty of flexibility today. You let me know, because we can either start right now, or if you're like, I still got some work to do, I can move it. We just do one more beforehand. How many deck tech slots are there weekly? Typically like 3. But usually that is just like the baseline of I try my best to not go totally overboard and talk too much and then fail spectacularly. But it is like it's like we start with 3 and then I open up more once we get through the first 3. You'll go later? Cool. All right, Callista, are you here? You am. All right. King Cow. Thank you so much. Middle of a workout. Everybody, it's fine. We'll skip everybody today. Okay, but you're able to. Yeah, it's home gym workouts that works out. God, comedy. I'm so good at this. So talk to me about this because I'm already interested. I feel like every time somebody submits a cast 2 spells deck, like Alphanod and Alice, I always want to build one. And I think these two are. I think this is a really powerful and underrated like setup for Commander. So I'm gonna read these, and then you tell me what you're thinking for this deck tech. So these are partner commanders. Alice, Levelier, 3 mana, 3/2 first strike. That's pretty decent already. And then the second spell you cast each turn costs 2 less to cast. Nice. We like that. And then Alphanod, 4 mana, so you can just follow it up the very next turn. 2/4 with Vigilance, and whenever you cast your second spell each turn, draw a card. So you have everything that you could possibly need in the command zone. Mana in the form of a reduction. Card draw. Great. So now all we got to do is cast 2 spells per turn. And notice these are both each turn, not just yours. So that was the idea. It's to do 2 things and get value from 2 things. Yes, right now it feels very bracket 2 with game changers. Want it to move more towards bracket 3. All right. That we can work with. Right now it feels pretty feast or famine. Okay. So we can definitely push this more towards like a bracket 3 feeling deck. So let's check out. Let's check out what you got in the deck already. Wondering if there's any effects in Azorius that affect both of the commanders, like the enchantment that you have, or a couple cards that you haven't considering. Okay, cool. We can definitely look at that. All right, so we have Planeswalkers. Oh, token doubling. Interesting. Let's see what we're doing with that. And Wanderer, sure, just a classically solid, like, control-y Planeswalker. All right, creatures. I see already a lot of double stuff effects. Second spell, make a 1/1. Second draw, which is usually coming off of the second spell because of Alphanod, make a spawn. Second spell. Yeah, oh yeah, see this? There's Cosmogran. We're also getting a lot of value off of just casting in general. This also cares about second spell. Cool. We're light on creatures, but a lot of these creatures are making other creatures. Second spell, make a 1/1 flyer. Second draw, make a copy. Cool. Yeah, second spell, amass. Second draw, second spell. Yeah, Council Floor is a very strong card. Great. So a lot of our creature slots are dedicated to making more creatures. And then we have, I'd like to win the game now because I've built a board. And some more getting value off of the stuff that we're casting. Great. Okay. Sorceries. Not many. Sometimes we just need to hit our second spell. So cantrips, farewell. We are definitely like a control sort of plan. We're the right colors for it. We would like to we're rewarded by interacting, which is why there's 18 instances in here. Cantrips, counterspells, removal. And hey, you know what? If nobody did anything we cared about, we can just put more creatures onto the board. But almost everything here is dedicated to interacting with our opponents. And I think that's a really good way to approach this deck. Because typically, 1-for-1 interaction is weak because you've spent a card to eliminate one card from your opponent. Two other players are unaffected. This has been talked about many, many times. It's like, I've lost card advantage to two players, blah, blah, blah. Really, I think it's overblown because people are not considering the value of the card that you've stopped. But we don't even have to care about any of that. We don't need to worry about any of the theory here because as long as we play a second thing, we still get to draw a card off of Alphanod. We get to maintain our tempo. Artifacts, yes, we would like mana. Mana good. Everything here is mana except for Ramus Ekor, which I think deserves to be played more often. Because second spell draws and makes a chump blocker. And those chump blockers have exalted. And guess what? Both of our commanders are actually pretty good in combat. First strike means I win. Vigilance means I get a free attack. Also interested in any Strixhaven tech? Oh, for sure. Because as mentioned, I know what King Cow was saying it, and maybe somebody else too. But yeah, a lot of the Strixhaven stuff I think plays well in this deck. Enchantments. Some more second spell rewards. Aligned Heart is a silly card. So good. Second spell, put a counter on it, and then make monks with prowess equal to the number of counters on it. This gets out of hand. It's so good. Like, really build your own army for playing the game. Monk class is reducing your second spells. Storm of Saruman is copying your second spells. And then we've seen already that there's a lot of token stuff here. So Unknown to Procession makes sense. Divine Visitation makes sense. Caretaker's Talent, great. Champions of Beyond doesn't necessarily directly synergize with the deck, but again, we don't have a lot of creature spells, so we would like to have something that produces a board on its own, and then it does turn into a actual like life total threat because of the full party ability. We are likely to get 8 creatures because of everything else we've seen. But yes. Twilight is pointing out the inspiring leader here. And this was mentioned by Callista earlier. Commander creatures you own have creature tokens you control get +2/+2. That you can double dip. You've played Alice, you've played Alphinaud. You now get +4/+4. So we are going to check to see if there's any other ones that might fit the bill to be able to double dip on. And then we got lands. A quick look says this is fine. This is a lot of basics. There's a lot of basic lands. A lot of basic. What are these basics from? Are these Strixhaven Secret Lair drops? I hadn't seen these yet. These are nice. If you can, I would sub some of these basics out for like a couple more lands that can produce both colors, or I'm sure there's some utility stuff that could be played here. But we won't focus on this. I think it's fine. Yeah, that's funny. You at the same moment you're saying that's fine. Yeah, I think it's fine. We're 2 colors. Should be able to task most things. I didn't see a lot that was super mana or pip intensive. Can we play Taigam? The other Taigam. The other Taigam. This is cast an instant or sorcery from your hand. If Ojutai attacked, or Taigam attacked, then it gains rebound. I see what you're doing here. I think it's too cute because almost all of our instants or sorceries are interactive. So, like, if we just look at the number of things that are dead, Offer, Arcane Denial, Grand Crescendo, Dovin's Veto, Fierce, Unwind, Etherize, Farewell. I think there's a world where you could do that. You would just have to structure the deck differently, I think. That Taigam is awesome. All right. So bumping this up to a deck that feels like bracket 3 and working on this like double spell angle. What am I trying to type here? Let's take a look at the new stuff from Strixhaven, because we are just able to play a bunch of this stuff. The first one, I'm just going to scan for the ones with instants, because those are the ones that are going to be particularly useful. We have, of course, Ancestral Recall on a stick, Swords of Plowshares on a stick. Givethring Flying is not really the kind of instant that we're looking for, but Harmonized Trio is hot, hot, hot. The deck is already very good at producing a bunch of little creature bodies, so it will be trivial to prepare this every round. And then Brainstorm is just perfect for guaranteeing that we can double spell on turns where we're just like, I just need any other spell to be the second spell. So we're definitely adding Harmonized Trio. Oh, by the way, I don't know if you all can read because you're Magic players. I can't, because I played like 3 drafts of Strixhaven so far, and I read Jadzi at the prepared spell as make a fractal and then put X/1/1 counters on each fractal you control. It's like, oh, that's fine. That's fine. This seems pretty fair for a card attached to a 2/4 for 3 mana that also draws 2 discards too. Nope. It is make X fractals and then put that many counters on each of them. So I'm like in a draft, sitting with this in my hand, being like, it's probably not the right time for this yet. Like, I don't know if I can get away with this. And then my opponent played it. And it was, and then played the thing. And I was like, oh, I should have played this way earlier. Yeah. Yup. Okay. Also, Sky Coach Conductor, Windmill Slam, Sky Coach Conductor. This card's really good. I mean, I'll look back on it as long as we have like any reasonable targets for this, because like at the least, the all aboard instant is protection for your creatures. But we won't have a great way to re-prepare it, I suppose. I don't know. I'll look back at the deck. Okay. So yeah, very definitely a Harmonized Trio. Let's look at these other 2 instants. Emeritus of Truce, like, repeatable Swords of Plowshares is very good, but it re-prepares if an opponent controls more creatures than you. And I don't know that we can do that. This deck wants to produce a bunch of creatures. That said, no, you absolutely play this card. Even if you only get like 1 swords out of it, if you look at the way that the deck works, you are over time accumulating more creatures. You're not blasting them out onto the board. So you should be able to prepare this at least once, if not a handful of times. Very down for this. Emeritus of Ideation, on the other hand, requires us to commit to spending 5 mana on our turn. Oh, is it only on enter? Creature enters. See, like I said, I can't read. It creates a 1/1. Then if an opponent controls more than you, this creature becomes prepared. I like it a lot less if we can't re-prepare it. Right? When this creature enters, an opponent or target player makes a 1/1. Then if an opponent controls more creatures than you, it becomes prepared. Get out of here. Thank you for reading the card for me. That's it. The fact that it can't re-prepare is very relevant. Okay, a Merit of Ideation can re-prepare itself, but you have to exile 8 cards from your graveyard, which is like not unreasonable, but I don't think that your deck wants to be spending 5 mana on your own turn. Is there anything else here that we care about? Instant sorcery reduction is not bad. But I think the answer is Harmonized Trio is a knockout, and everything else is pretty mid for this. Okay. I'm trying to think if there's any other like second spell stuff that is that I just like put in every one of these decks. Because you did a good job of like it's pretty thorough. I don't know if there's a lot of other ones that I would do. Oh, you know what? How? Let's see, this is creature tokens. This is all tokens. This is all tokens. This is tokens. I don't remember which Lavinia this is. This one. Lavinia foil to Conspiracy. When you cast your second spell each turn, investigate. So not the most powerful second spell effect. However, in a deck that wants to constantly have mana, here's a creature that gives you a second spell payoff and ramps you 2. View from Above. I don't know that card off the top of my head. Creature gains flying until end of turn. If you control a white permanent, return it to its owner's hand. That's funny. That's very funny. So this makes it... This is like essentially a free spell to guarantee that you hit your second spell. I'm gonna put this to the sideboard just so we look back at it, because to me, the ideal would be we don't need to do something like that. That's so cute. But I would love that this deck can just play a relevant spell or a super efficient spell as its second for every time. Mark of Eviction, yeah, it's the same thing, right? Because it bounces itself at your upkeep. And white main. My other worry here is like you have a low creature count, and you really need to keep one of these creature makers around for your plan to work. And I think there's another one. Right? This is second spell, make a 1/1 flyer that can only block creatures with flying. Definitely not one of the better ones for what you're doing, because these can't block creatures on the ground. But you need one of these, and the fact that this is 2 mana, like, this is your actual pressure. You need to be able to hit people. So I would want a lot of these things. Meeting of Minds, Transcendent Message, those are all convoke spells, right? I think those would be fine. Do the tokens have a common typing? I don't think so. Here's a card that, of course, I enjoy. Wavebreak Hippocamp. When you cast your first spell during each opponent's turn, draw a card. I like this card. Because, like, we are going to be spending cards pretty quickly. So we need to be able to refill. Oh, yeah. So do we have decent blink targets? Because I'm thinking the Sky Coach Conductor, but also other things. But I want to say that we don't. Because it's not good to blink our commanders. Yeah, we don't have them. Yeah, White Emeritus would have been good. Like, Blue Emeritus would have been good. But I think you need to naturally have a bunch of good targets. Bender's Waterskin, it's in here. And I do think it's worth it. I think that's pretty great here. God, I love a good rewind. I mean, you're already on unwind and snap. Might as well rewind. This is also really nice because, like, if it's your second spell, it only costs 2, but you untap 4 lands. So this is like the same thing for unwind as well. But I think you definitely want to be running this. So it helps with the mana. It helps open up more mana for other turns, and it's a hard counter spell. Oh, that's nice. It's just got a reprint. So now you can get a cheap copy if you want to. Give this baby a shot. Scout's Warning. Next creature can be played as though it has flash, and it's just a cantrip. Sure, you don't have a lot of creatures, but you do have 2 in the command zone. So now, if with the Scout's Warning, you can play Alizé, untap on turn 4 or whatever, and go, I'll just pass. And they're like, why would you not play this? And you're like, because, you know, I just want to be able to interact. And then you can cast Scout's Warning and reduce your next creature by 2 because it's your second spell. Plus, it allows you to sneak these in. It just lets you play a lot safer when you suspect there may be a board wipe or other interaction. Yeah. Echo Casting Symposium for Paradigm. No. I'll tell you why. So like there's 2 Paradigm spells that we could play in these colors. But the problem with Paradigm for this deck is it requires you to spend a lot of mana on your own turn, and then the upside it gives you is 1 free cast on your own turn. But this deck is already very good at playing a super cheap first spell, so you don't need stuff like that. What else? You just traded your copy? Yeah. I think that was the right decision. It's just I don't think that it's particularly ideal for this. Mana Sculpt? I mean, it does. I don't think you need it because it is still Mana Sculpt. If we look at it, and we'll get back to the Ice Grunts after. I think this one's pretty. This is pretty obvious. Like, 1, we're trying to bump the power level. 2, this is like you don't have to kit him in a lot of mana to this. And you have so many things here. Like, even if it's not a 2 cost, like you can there's so many things you can put on this, and here's 1 more guaranteed cast each rotation. But yeah, let's look at Mana Sculpt here and why we would not run this. So it costs 3 mana. We would like our interaction to be pretty cheap. And even you can't reduce it by 2 because it's 2 colored pips. So at best, it's 2 blue mana. And then we get a bunch of colorless mana on our next main phase. But what do we do with that? This deck does not have a lot of ways to convert a bunch of main phase colorless mana. Like, maybe we get lucky and it allows us to drop like Saruman or Tomb of Horrors Adventurer. But I think you don't need the Mana Sculpt here. And like, Mana Drain would be fine. But I don't even think I would be like, I wouldn't say no to it, but I don't think you need to run it here. Oh yeah, let's take a look at the backgrounds. That's not the right. I need type background. see if there's anything else like something that's relevant for both of our commanders to have. I know Rob the Princess had mentioned Flaming Fist. Commander creatures you own have when this creature attacks against double strike until end of turn. And it's true, both of our commanders are decent in combat, but I would not run this. Because Alice A already has first strike, so we have half of that. And Alphanod is fine, but they need... This is not necessarily the kind of help that they need. They just need to be bigger. And like we're not leaning into sending them into combat. I'm just happy to make them larger and then if we then go to combat, sure. But this card's only purpose is send them into combat, and I think that's not the best. Yeah. Don't need blink. All of our creatures that are going to combat are tokens, so that doesn't work. We don't really have a shared creature type. Sword Coast Sailor would be okay, but I don't think it's worth a slot. We don't get a benefit from this. Heritage is okay, but we also like this is maybe worth running. Fairy Dragon kind of slaps, but it doesn't, right? Wait, oh, you're saying Fairy Dragon, or do you mean the Feywild Visitor one? Because we don't like this background is awesome. This background is very good, but it is not good for this deck. Because we need non-token creatures to hit opponents, and the creatures that we have that are going to combat are the tokens that we're making. But I don't think we have creatures that are great to support this. So if I were to run another one of these, 2 dragons when your commander hits, yes. But I think we still run into the problem that our commanders are not good inherently at combat. They just are. I don't have a problem sending them into combat when they do other stuff. But yeah, I would not run it. I think the one I would consider would be Noble Heritage, since we are more of a control-y deck. But I also don't think you need this. Huh. I think you'd have to build the deck differently because we're running very few sorceries, but Gale is pretty intriguing here. Hey, there we go. I like a press the enemy here. Return a spell or a non-land permanent opponent controls to its hand. You can cast an instant sorcery with equal or lesser value from your hand. So this does two things for you. Either one, it guarantees that you can second spell if you cast it as your first. But if you wait and cast a spell first, and then this will be reduced by 2, you only spend 2 mana to bounce the best thing on the board or stop a spell and get a big payoff from that. Okay, I think that was the only one out of that I'm interested in, because I wanted instant speed ones. Yeah, here, rob the princess. I will check this. Let's see. What am I need. What is the actual wording? I need. So I do want to discuss. So we have a couple other non-background things that affect your commander creatures, like Bastion Protector. Yeah, there was another one, right? Is the Vexillus worded differently? Commanders you control. Of course. Why why keep the same templating? Ah, here we go. Okay. Okay, and commanders you control the protection from everything. I think this would be maybe the only one I'd consider because it's flash speed. But the thing our deck is really good at doing is interacting. So I don't need something like, because is Bastion Protector also flash speed? I don't think it is, right? No. We don't necessarily have to give our commanders any layers of protection at all. We just counter when they target them. Praetor commanders, yes, this would cover backgrounds. I feel like these commanders shouldn't be they shouldn't be removal magnets, and the deck just the way that the deck protects them is with your interaction. Like I just don't want slots for sure for stuff like Bastion Protector. Vexillus Praetor would be the one I would consider, and I don't think you need it. Okay. So now I'm gonna go through. I'm gonna make some cuts. Gonna make some cuts on things that I think are weaker in this type of deck. Eternal Wanderer. We don't have good blink targets. It is a board wipe, which we definitely could use effects like that. But I think we want that at instant speed. Final Showdown. You can reduce the spree using Alizé. That works. So this gives us an instant speed board wipe that we can reduce the cost of, and if we've got a little extra mana, save one of our commanders. If you all can think of like an instant speed board wipe that we'd like better than that, sure, but you could do like evacuation, I guess. But I think I'd rather be able to keep one of my things around. Faded Clash. Oh, yes. Yeah. Same thing. So this is can be flash speed, so that's the important. Well, we're only ever going to do that. You save one of your creatures, any one creature and opponent controls, and then everything else gets blown up. Yeah. How could I forget? This board wipe is great. Okay. Monk of the Open Hand. It's on theme, but man, this just does not do enough. I'm not here to spend a slot on this. I think it's just does not do enough for you. Judgment of Alexander. Oh yeah, we should look at your considering. Okay. Judgment of Alexander. Prevent all damage that be dealt to you this turn by source of opponent's control. Whenever damage from a creature is prevented this way, each commander creature you control deals damage equal to its power to that creature. This I would definitely give a shot to. I think the biggest thing that I'd be worried about here is that this this cannot be used proactively, period. This requires your opponent to make an attack on you, as opposed to a board wipe that you can just play when you want it to. Obviously, the trade-off here is this is a good rate, but I think it's just a little too narrow. You want to be able to cast your spells when you can cast them. And I think this will be stuck in your hand sometimes. Right, what else here? Lease Hex here for the non-creature spell reduction. I think that's okay. But this would definitely be on the chopping block for me. Because we have spell reduction in the command zone. This, however, is a significant reduction. But how many spells does this actually affect? Because, like, we can assume that you have Alizé out. So what can we actually reduce by like 3 or 4. Epiphany. Refocus, sort of. Etherize. Crescendo. Champion. No, not champion, because this is... No, yeah, champions. Procession. Visitation is 6. Storm, 7. 8. 9, 10. 11. It's... Can anybody think of a reason to keep this? Because having it in the command zone at the same rate, I think this is a spot that you can open up. I think Saruman is just too much for this effect. You want your creature like makers to be cheap. Spending 5 mana on your turn is rough. Council of 4, the difference here is that this blocks really well, and you get so much other upside. Tomb, similar thing. Like, yeah, this is expensive, but you get a lot of upside on it. I don't know. This still might be... I'm just really reluctant to spend a chunk of mana on your own turn. Because, like, best case scenario is you play a 1 mana spell, you reduce this by 2, you still spent 5 mana on your turn. The card's fun, though. I guess the other problem is a lot of the spells that you would copy is a lot of spells you would copy are interaction, which is not that great. Like, especially if you have to counter as your second spell. This is me personally, I would cut Farewell. Not only is it a boring card, but it also it's the same problem. Like, you have to spend 6 mana on your own turn. And this deck is very, like, has a high card velocity. You get to see a lot of cards. So if you need to dig for an answer to a thing, you should be able to do it. Like, I'd rather play other answers that are more specific, but cheaper and lean into the game plan better. Oh. Definitely run a road here. We talked about this on the podcast, and this is totally fine as Path to Exile 2. You know, obviously destroy worse than Exile, but you have so many disposable tokens. This is also ramp. And I know Nerd Girl does not like that play, but I like that play. I like that flexibility. Because sometimes you're just like, I need a second spell. And when that second spell is 1 mana rampant growth in Azorius, absolutely. Oh, this Sublime Epiphany. This is also very mana intensive. I would be thinking about this. This is definitely a personal preference. I think that you would cut. I think that you would cut Anointed Procession here. Like, you make some tokens, but I don't think you make the type of tokens or the volume of tokens for this to be worth it. And again, it is spending a bunch of mana on your own turn. I think this actually gets in your way more often than not. Same for Teferis. I don't think this. I don't think that you need to double your card draws, and not at the cost of 4 mana to do it on your own turn. Would that apply to Elspeth as well? I mean, kind of, yes. This is a little different because the 0 mode is relevant to help us close the game out. But like, if we're being real, like, the Anointed Procession does nothing else other than double your tokens. This, more upside. I could justify playing this one. Would I personally? Probably not, but I think I don't feel so strongly about that one that I would say cut it. Hello, Maxathon. All right. Hot take. I think this is also a cut. Again. 4 mana on your own turn. Tough for a deck like this. This also, people misevaluate this card so much. They're like, Emeritus, they're going to win the game. Got to kill him now. It's like, it's solid, but this makes you the threat more often, and I'm more inclined to cut those types of cards. And your card draw is already pretty solid. Like, it's in the command zone. I would cut that. I would prefer to have a thing that is making stuff on my board at that point. I think the same for Archmage of Runes. The reduction is okay, but you know, we do have a lot of 1 mana stuff. All right, so what also right now, we only have, our only game changer is Fierce. I think probably the ones that work best for this deck. I'm never gonna recommend Rhystic Study because it's by far the best one. But the ones that lean into the deck the best. Somebody mentioned this earlier. John Fire, yeah, Cyclonic Rift. Definitely. Ooh, I didn't know that there was one in the archives. That's hot. Get this version. And probably like Tef Pro. What am I trying to write here? Look at the, oh, yeah. Get this one. Get this one. That's great. Not Enlightened Tutor for a Lionheart or Storm of Saruman? No. Nope. Like, if I'm going to be totally real, Storm of Saruman you probably also cut. Like, this card is very cool, but man, 6 mana on your turn to copy what is probably a Swords to Plowshares is not worth it. And then also, a Lionheart is very good, but I think your tutors are best, like, especially for bracket 3, where your tutors can take up slots for other powerful cards. You either have to be really focused on a particular card or type of effect that you need to dig for, or you really have to have a toolbox of other things. The tutor I'd be looking for more would be Mystical Tutor. Is Divine Visitation worth it without the procession? Yes. Because the difference here is this this turns spawns or 1/1s or whatever else into threats that win a game. Procession does not do that. Doubling a 1/1 is way weaker than my 1/1 is now a 4/4 that hits you for free and blocks. Kaikar seems only okay. I think Kaikar is also okay. I'm hesitant to cut too many of the things that make creatures. Because he's a bird with hands. There we go. We keep him. We keep him because he's a bird with hands. It's more than enough reason. I guess the other game changer to consider here would be Smothering Tithe. Or Grand Arbiter Augustine. Because both of them provide you with more mana in a way, which this deck is very hungry for. Which, by the way, Maxathon, is why I think you keep RSI. I think this deck really wants to have mana. 4 mana on our turn equals bad. I have said that, yes. But if you're referring to Smothering Tithe or Grand Arbiter Augustine, that is not quite 4 mana on our turn, because none of the other ones pay us back in mana at all. These, Smothering Tithe will pay you back with treasures because your opponents won't pay, and Grand Arbiter gives you a reduction. Tithe specifically, yeah. If all of my opponents pay for the Tithe, great. I will play 4 mana to deny my opponents 2 mana every rotation. But those cards in particular would be very strong in this build as well. In fact, I think they're better than Teferi's Protection here. Because Teferi stops a lot of things that non-blue decks struggle against, but you're in blue. So I think that slot is better as Smothering Tithe or Grand Arbiter, depending on what you've got available. Yeah. Oh, okay. Also, if you don't like Tithe, don't play Tithe. Just make this Grand Arbiter. I'm sure your pod will love you so much more. And like it's also its Fairy's Protection would be fine here, or Mystical Tutor. You know, the deck also hurts for mana. Like throw a Mox in there or something. Oh, is this no Soul Ring a choice? Arbiter will get you killed. I mean, it does make you a target, but it also helps to slow down the things that kill you. No Soul Ring is a choice. Great. Be more chill and run Dranith. Yeah. um. Yeah, I do think you should cut this Elspeth. I don't think it quite does enough when it comes down. I really don't think that the token doubling is particularly important. Like the only ones that really you get the type of benefit that I want out of a token doubler is like Aligned Heart with multiple counters, um, and the Champions from Beyond if you cast it big. But yeah, oh yeah, you definitely don't need to run Soul Ring. Like, does it make every deck better? Yes, but you don't. You're in bracket 3. You don't need to optimize. Um, oh, this is just a quality of life change. Run Felwar Stone over the Thought Vessel here. I don't think that you are getting to a point where breaking max hand size is important at all for this deck. And having colored mana is way more important here than colorless mana. Let's take a look at this monk class. Level 2 and level 3 are trivial. Same thought for Reliquary Tower. Yeah. Like I'm not gonna worry about your mana base, but yeah, I would cut this Reliquary Tower. Like Reliquary Tower is much less of I'm much less worried about because you're not wasting a spell slot on this. But like I would run anything over the Reliquary Tower here. Yeah. I mean, well, okay, important. Not War Room. I would run any colored mana source over Reliquary Tower. Because a lot of these spells you're going to be reducing down to just their colored pips. All right, what I was saying, we're looking at this monk class. The level 2 and level 3 are like fine, but they don't do a ton for you. Like level 3 maybe. But also, the second spell costs 1 less to cast. How many things are we actually giving 3 reduction to? And we kind of did this same thing with Uthros. The reality is maybe you cut both of those. Because I think it's just not enough things. Like, you get Alice. Like, I would run those in the decks that don't have it in the command zone. Does Sapphire Medallion seem really good here? Because, I mean, we just said there's very few spells that we're reducing by 3. So we're really only reducing the first spell each turn. And if the first spell is blue, I don't think I'm on any of that. Reduces 1/2 of the commanders, I guess. Fortune teller's talent. Oh, I don't remember what order these things are in. Let's take a look. Look at the top card, and then if you've cast a spell this turn, you may play cards from the top of your library, and then spells you cast from anywhere other than your hand cost 2 less to cast. No, thank you. I think this is a great card. I don't think you need it here. Because what does it do for you? It gives you access to more cards, but this deck has card draw in the command zone. It has cantrips. It has other cards that are drawing as cards, and then it reduces casts from outside of our hand, which is not a lot for this. I look, definitely try. I want to say we're actually just we have what a slot left. I would add maybe a little bit more removal. We're actually kind of low on direct, like they've managed to resolve a thing. We need to make it go away. Maybe that's just like Stroke of Midnight. Super flexible, reduces down to 1 mana. Cool. Yeah, look at this. We go draw a card, archive, surveil 1. Clarion Spirit. That looks like a great turn 2. We'll keep that on top. We draw the card. We play a Flooded Strand. We grab, what do we have? Hallowed Fountain. Play a Clarion Spirit. Draw. Great. Path of Ancestry. A little unfortunate. Yeah, if this was anything else. I mean, basic thing for me here is I think for bracket 3, you should default to lands that enter untapped or can enter untapped unless the thing that they give you is like a real solid upside. Meticulous is fine because Surveil is solid immediately and it's fetchable off of like Flooded Strand and stuff. Path of Ancestry, we just don't have a lot of creatures in the deck, period. Like, the upside you do get is it's a nice guarantee. Okay, you cast Alizé, you get two scries off of it, but I don't know that that's worth the guarantee tap. I'm gonna pretend like this came in untapped and that it's just a basic, because that's an Alizé. And then if we draw into a land, and now we're in great shape. This could be Monastery Mentor, follow up with like Scout's Warning or something to get the second. It could be play Alphanod if we're not worried about what's on the board so far. This can also be chill, cast a rewind, still hold more interaction. I think what's most likely to happen in bracket 3 is you can just play Alphanod here. And now the rest of the game is yours. You're untapping with both of these in play. Let's see. Can we, if we pay 2 mana for a Felwar Stone, then tap that for Monastery Mentor, we end up with 2 mana up. We draw a card off of Alphanod. We make a 1/1 Spirit. That is enough to like cantrip and offer on a turn. That's enough to cantrip and psych something. Like, don't feel bad about just paying this for the thing. To yeah, and we drop like Water Skin off of the 1 mana that we have left because it's reduced by 2. Hot. Bam. This one was like a nice nuts and bolts kind of deck tech. Like, you had a really good core already. It was just like swapping some stuff out that was a little clunky, focusing it a little bit more. Yeah, what else would I cut here? I don't think you have to worry about Chancery because you are drawing enough cards. You should be able to hit your land drops. What do you... I mean, like, I don't know what your budget is like, but this could be Otawara, this could be Iganjo, this could be... this could be, like, Mystic Sanctuary, this could be... I don't know. Or any of the lands. I'm trying to think, what have you not added here that makes colors? Deserted Beach? Yeah. Flood Farm. but just flexible. Yeah, this could be so many things that are you have the pathway. If you wanted to get a little funky with it, Nimbus Maze. Oops. Don't see a Mystic Gate. Yeah, Mystic Gate also fine. But yeah, there's lots of options. Colored mana better, untapped better for bracket 3, just not a requirement. I think once you go to like bracket 4, those lands better be untapped. Or they better be like the best tap land you've ever seen in your life. Cool. Thanks for the submission, Callista. This is I think I gotta make one. I gotta make one. It's like I love playing on other people's turns. I love taking game actions. You're telling me that I get rewarded for doing 2 things on every player's turn? All right, Elect Man, you ready? I saw your message from before you were done you were done your lawn, so let's talk about it. All right. So Electman has submitted an Extus Reek Overlord / Awaken the Blood Avatar deck, with some specifics and a nice breakdown in my personal notes of what they're looking for here. So Extus, front side, 4 mana for a 2/4 double strike, and whenever you cast or copy an instant or sorcery, you return a non-legendary creature card from your graveyard to hand. Backside, which is usually why people are playing this card, is an 8 mana sorcery, but it costs 2 less for every creature you sacrifice when you cast it. And each opponent sacks a creature. You make it 3/6, which deals 3 damage to each opponent when it attacks. For the most part, decks that are playing this card in the command zone are just playing Awaken the Blood Avatar over and over and over again. That's not what we're doing here. So, Electman has spotted that with all of the new Lorehold stuff that cares about things leaving the graveyard, Extus has a really convenient and repeatable way to pull stuff out of the graveyard. So we're trying to set up that so Extus on the board, ends and payoffs, and then whenever we cast any instant or sorcery, we're triggering those effects and giving ourselves a little card advantage. However, we've encountered some problems. It's slow. We have 4 mana commander that we want to get on the board that doesn't do anything by itself. It needs a lot of mana because we're also trying to put these other payoffs like Quintorius onto the board, and we need to get stuff into the graveyard, and we need to get stuff out of the graveyard, so we have to be casting instant sorceries. And even though this is bracket 2, we still need to build something before we get run over. Now, Electman has submitted 3 separate lists of attempts. So this is the main one, and this is the one that I based my deck tech off of. But uh, let's um, let's try this. I believe that I can do this. I just don't remember exactly how. Compare. Here we go. All right. So yeah, by the way, if you didn't know, this is a cool thing you can do with Moxfield. You can compare deck lists to see what cards are different between the two very quickly. And this is really helpful for like, you know, if you're like, my list is not really working, like what are other people doing with this? And to be able to pick out those differences very quickly. All right, so comparing to the remix, there's a lot of different cards. So this one seems to be more focused on a like sacrifice angle. We just see a lot of spells that are sacrificing, which kind of does double duty. You're putting the creatures into the graveyard to bring back, and then you're getting this trigger off of casting a spell. And what's nice about that is it does work the way that you want. You sacrifice the creature first, and then Exodus triggers when you finish casting the spell, so you can just return the creature that you sacrificed. You can see the big difference here. The original list has a lot more discard to get the creatures into the graveyard, and has a couple more payoffs for cards leaving, like Arc of Hunger, Gal. Yeah. If we compare to the third list, also looks like it's a little bit more of a sacrifice strategy. Now I'm interested. What's the I want to see what the card differences are between the two last ones. 10 cards difference. Okay, so Genomix is like a blend of the discard and the sacrifice strategies, where the second list is much more dedicated to sacrifice strategy. Okay. I think Maxthon is right that the discard strategy is a better way to go, because it just cuts out a middle step. So let's take a look at this deck, break it down a little bit, and then I'll show you what I can do with it. Okay, so obviously we need as many payoffs as possible because our enabler is in the command zone. So Quintorius makes spirits when cards leave the graveyard. Gal hits everybody when cards leave the graveyard. And this, I'm considering building this as a commander. I don't know if I can make more red decks. I just put Ragavan back together, and that deck is, oh, so good. But this triggers at the end of each end step as long as anything left your graveyard. So I think this card is sneaky good. Kiral becomes prepared whenever something leaves your graveyard. Treasure when things leave your graveyard. This card, you may have seen my short on this, gets real weird, but can turn into stuff that leaves your graveyard. Make 2/2s, make spirits, get counters, make 2/2s, make 1/1s, deal damage, gain life, pick your poisons, put counters, make tokens, and then draw a card at end step. So we got payoffs. We've also supplemented this with some other ways to get stuff out of the graveyard. Fleeting Spirit can exile stuff from graveyards. Bannon lets you cast from the graveyard. Oh, I missed some of the other payoffs too, like draw cards. Yeah, Lorehold Archivist. This is a great card. Yeah, a handful of other ways to get things out of the graveyard. Then we also have this discard angle. Discard and destroy a thing. Discard and draw. 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 Tutor to graveyard. We have many of these effects that are discarding stuff, so that we have creatures in the graveyard to return. And just like I mentioned for the other things, if they are worded like this, where the discard is an additional cost, then Extus can return the thing that you discarded. Notable because some of the newer cards, they've actually changed this templating, like Thrilling Discovery and Pursue the Past, where the discard is part of the effect of the card, not part of the cost. That's not necessarily a bad thing, but it means that Extus cannot return the thing that you discard. The trade-off is you don't get totally blown out by a counterspell. But we also have decent interaction suite. If you saw my short today, I talked about shenanigans, which is great here. Since we have also added black to this deck, we get other dredge cards. But just having dredge in general means that you can turn any draw into bringing something out of your graveyard and then getting a trigger for all of your Lorehold effects. Cool. Okay, so we got the core of the deck. It is tricky because you're trying to balance a lot of stuff, which I think is just going to be something that's difficult for the Lorehold effect-based decks, period. Because they want you to get stuff in the graveyard, bring stuff out of the graveyard, have a thing on board that pays you off for having done that. Okay, we can make that work. So first, I'm going to look at the considering section. So I think you did a pretty thorough job of assessing that these cards are not quite worth it in your deck. But I want to point out a couple that you could consider, and then I'll show you the ones that I you know, I'll do it the other way around. The ones that I added, Savine's Reclamation, I think, is one. The card is just fantastic, period. But this does so much in your deck. At its baseline, you pay 3 mana, you return something on rate and you have a lot of good targets for it. All of this stuff, you know, some of your better enchantments you can bring back with it, and it can just be ramp. You can hit a land with it, or like a talisman or something. But also, so returning a thing, 1 trigger. If you flashback, Savine's Wreck leaves the graveyard. Trigger. Return something. Trigger. Copy Savine's Wreck because you're casting from a graveyard. Extus trigger. Should have counted the original Extus trigger. Return another thing. Lorehold trigger. I think it's really good. The other one, I see it being discussed in the chat. Tortured Existence is really good. If your Lorehold deck is running black, this should be your first ad. Unless you're doing like some weird non-creature thing. But I'm a huge fan of this card, period. And then being able to trigger your Lorehold stuff as for every single black mana that you spend is really good. Plus, it means that you constantly get access to your best creatures. And it'll allow you to do some more of the tricks that I'll show you later. So it means, yes, it means can just get a land back. The last one is Tormod. This is one of the few payoffs for stuff leaving your graveyard that you did not include. And I think if your enabler is in the command zone, you play as many of these as you possibly can, as long as the effect is reasonably worth it. And I think this one is. The zombies coming in tapped sucks. But it's still a 2/2 zombie for every time that you get something to leave your graveyard. And I felt like that was worth it. I think this is one of your weaker payoffs in the deck, but it is still totally worth it. The other things that I was like, you could consider these, but ultimately I did not end up adding to the deck. Voice of Victory is a hell of a card. It's just like you could include it just on power level alone. Let's see. What were the other? I should have put these in a list. Tersa is pretty solid here because it does both things that you want. It discards and it then starts pulling things out of your graveyard or allowing you to, because it's when it attacks, there are 7 more cards in your graveyard, which we should be able to do. Exile a card at random. So you get your trigger and then being able to cast it even better. I think Burning Inquiry is hilarious and more people should play this card because it really throws your opponents off. And if your deck is generally benefiting from drawing and discarding 3 cards for 1 mana, yeah. Snort was another one to consider. I'm just very high on this card for bracket 2. I think it does a lot of what you want in a very fun way. And it allows you, like, the fact that it also has flashback means you can play your hand out pretty aggressively. And with a strategy like this that is able to put cards into the graveyard, you get access to it pretty reasonably. But I, like I said, did not end up adding it. I think those are the big ones. Okay. Sideboard. These are all the cards that I removed. You'll notice that I removed a lot of the enablers. Purify the Grave here is it's 2 instances of cards or 3 instances of cards leaving your graveyard because the flashback would also count. But you still need that. Bannon is you can cast creatures from your graveyard, but like I don't know, that's Extus. But we going through this deck, it definitely felt like there were too many of these, especially considering that we have that effect in the command zone. So also like Fleeting Spirit. I assume Mog War Marshal was just in here as a remnant of this being an Awaken the Blood avatar deck. Remorseful Cleric, Selfless Spirit, both like fine cards, but also felt a little awkward here. It's nice that you can recycle them. But like we definitely don't care about our board getting wiped. And exiling an opponent's graveyard is like useful, but sometimes this will just be dead card. I took out a bunch of the worst versions of the discard and draw effect. Grab the Prize, Sazcap's Brew, Thrill of Possibility, and I took out the bigger ones, Big Score and Unexpected Windfall. You'll see why in a moment, but it was also a lot of those effects, and I replaced those with a better way to do this thing. I took out Flare of Fortitude, because again, we're not so concerned about our board getting wiped. And we actually had very few white-based creatures to sacrifice. I took Valor out. It's a cool card, but we're not great at combat anyway. The first strike doesn't end up like mattering really. And I agree, Electman. I thought the flares were really good tech for this. I just think that the white one is not so much. So we look at the other two. Flare of Malice, great. We have strong creature removal here, and we have a lot of black creatures that we can sacrifice to this. Flare of Duplication, also nice, because we're copying an instant or sorcery, which triggers Extus an additional time. But yeah, just the white one I was not thrilled with. Drop Primary Research because I think this card is fine, but we don't need the additional card draw because card advantage is in command zone. Here's what I added. I wanted some more repeatable ways to get things leaving the graveyard. That way you can cut back on a lot of the other ones. So I added Flame Jab, Oversold Cemetery, Throes of Chaos, as 3 and Tortured Existence from the considering as repeatable, easy ways to get stuff to leave your graveyard. Flame Jab and Tortured Existence, incredibly efficient at 1 mana and repeatable. Because if you all didn't realize, casting from your graveyard even if it's like not like flashback, because flashback gets exiled at the end, but even something like retrace, which you can do multiple times, that card does leave your graveyard to go onto the stack and then returns to your graveyard. So each time you cast this, it is a card leaving your graveyard. Oversold Cemetery seemed pretty straightforward to me. We are ending up putting cards into the graveyard, and I don't mind one more free one. And Throws is just another retrace spell that gives us a little bit of extra juice. This really could be kind of whatever. I added mana. One of the things that Electman said in notes was that sometimes it was a little tricky to be able to cast a commander with 3 colored pips, 2 of which are the same, and like we all together just have some more spells that are pip intensive. The mana base is solid enough, but we also almost always have outlets for this extra mana, especially now with like Flame Jab, Torch's Existence, and stuff. So yeah, I'm jamming in some 2 mana rocks. And then this is the category of card that I felt was missing. Utility of creatures that discard for effects. Fairy Macabre exiles cards from graveyards. So this is a nice exchange for the spirit, the spirit that can exile graveyards. Harvester of Misery and Trumpeting Carnosaur discard as removal. Troll of Khazad-dûm searches up lands. And Radiant Solar allows you to venture into the dungeon. Now, I can understand if you don't want to run this so that you don't have to worry about dungeon stuff. But this is actually a really strong ability. Like 1 mana to gain 3 life and venture. And being able to repeat this is really good. So now you have these. And Street Wraith. So these are creatures that you can easily get into the graveyard so that you always have something to return with Extus. Were you only worried about dungeoning with this card? Yes, this would be the only dungeon card in your deck. So like, again, totally get it if you're just like not worth it to have to also have all of the dungeons available and work around that. But if you don't care about that, the card is really good here. Because this also allows you to kind of to toolbox a little bit. Because I liked what you had going with like Shriekmaw. And there are a couple other cards that it's like, okay, these are really expendable. But they give me a repeatable effect. Like they're always going to end up in the graveyard. I can always bring them back. And I think the discard is just the cleanest way to do that. Okay. Don't really know how the dungeon works. Okay. Yeah. So if you're interested in doing this, it just means that so when you venture into the dungeon and you're not already in a dungeon, you pick one of the 3 that is not the initiative. and you go into the first room, and then the only way that you progress is by venturing again. So Radiant Solar will be the only way that you ever move forward in the dungeon. And then once you complete a dungeon, you can the next time you venture, you can enter any other dungeon or the same one. Yeah. Yeah, I think you will find that Radiant Solar ends up being one of the stronger cards in the deck. But I really like this idea. It's always so sad that Exodus, which is like, this is sick character design. Just nobody ever does it. It's always just for this spell. You probably could also like find some other. Let me see, because we have 13, 21 instants and sorceries. It's weird. This deck could also probably could probably run Isochron Scepter. Maybe that's the theme of today. Because you'll see I have another deck later on where I was like, Isochron Scepter pretty good here. Because you have a reasonable number of things that could go on the scepter. Yeah, I'm hesitant to do Gaia Reach. Because we're 3 colors. Commander costs 3 colored pips. I think I'd want to minimize colorless sources. Yeah, okay. So King Cow. So let's talk about that, because that was a card that I looked at. But this is intended to be a bracket 2 deck. And I think Chain of Smog, I'm not running in a lot of bracket 2 decks because of the way that it is broken. So for those of you who don't know, this is Chain of Smog. It does not work as intended. Target player discards 2 cards, and then they can copy the spell and choose a new target. So the original intent was just like, oh, I'm going to make you discard 2 cards for a cheap 2 mana. But like, I guess if you wanted to, you could then make me discard, but then I get to make you discard again. The issue is it's infinite copies, because you can just target yourself, then choose to copy it again, and target yourself over and over and over again infinite times. You end up with no cards in hand, but that just wins the game with any Magecraft ability that does an important thing. And in this case, as long as you have 1 creature, you would have infinite discard. Like you have infinite return the creature to your hand, so trigger whatever Lorehold ability you have. That gets discarded again because of a copy of Chain of Smog. You then copy it, and then return with your Magecraft trigger. So it would be an infinite combo with any payoff. So some of these will just make a bunch of creatures, but like with Arc, that's win the game. Yeah. Yeah, it's weird. It's Chain of Smog is an infinite combo by itself. This is the other one. I don't remember the name of this card. Fury something. Fury. If I search Fury, it's gonna be a billion cards. 57. Okay, that's not bad. That's not bad. I can find the card I'm thinking of. If you all know what I'm talking about before I find it, Fury Storm. This card is also broken. Does not work as intended. When you cast a spell, copy for each time you cast your commander. You may choose new targets for the copies. Copy target instant or sorcery spell. You may choose new targets for the copy. As the intention was, wow, I'm going to cast a spell and then I get to copy it as many times as I've cast my commander. Cool. Except they screwed up. The fact that the copies can target the original Fury Storm means that this then also this also goes infinite. Because as long as you've cast your commander once, you go, oh, is there any spell on the stack? Great. Cast Fury Storm, target that spell. The copy targets the original one. Copy resolves, makes a copy. That copy targets the original one infinite times. I also did not include this for the same reason. But yeah, that's how it works. It's not how it's supposed to work, but it is how it works. But yeah, this is very fun. I like this idea. I don't know what my Lorehold based deck is going to be. I'm definitely going to build one. But I don't know what it's going to be yet. But there's the deck list. Yeah, like Queen Kayla would be very interesting since those cards do get discarded and then returned to your hand. I just don't know. I don't know what I want yet. I might do Excava. I just think this is a cool card. It's not the best for the effects though, but does guarantee you one per turn. But yeah, you'll have to let me know how the games go with this. This seems like a good time. All right, we got one more on the lineup for today, and then I'll probably grab a snack and then might be able to open up another spot or two. So Squee has submitted a VV deck. Which he blames on Maldhound because I believe this was a submission for Mald's build VV Stompy. So the idea for this, like, you know, we all know VV makes mana equal to its power, and then any non-creature spell gets a counter, deal a damage to each opponent. And Squee has put some personal restrictions on this so that it's, you know, like, because VV gets out of control very, very easily. And so it's hard to build this. I think anywhere below bracket 4. So the self-placed restrictions were no other creatures, period. Like, there, you might end up making a token or two here, but even those are pretty rare. No creature spells for sure. Maybe a few tokens. And then everything in the deck costs 2 or less. VV is the only thing you will ever play for 3 mana. Sort of. Which we'll see. So the goal here is streamline this a little bit more, make it more consistent, and a little bit more protection for VV, since that's really the entire deck needs VV to exist to function. We are in bracket 3 right now, and I think that is reasonable. I don't think I think VV's floor is bracket 3. Let's take a look at this deck list. We got some funky choices. I like them, and then I'll show you what where my thoughts are. So again, no creature spells whatsoever. Everything costs 2 or less. We got plenty of cantrips. You know, we got the classics, but we also have some that lean into our game plan of VV needs to knock players out. So we're giving like trample and haste. We're making VV unblockable. Because don't forget, totally normal, fair, balanced card, VV does not need to tap to make mana. So you can make this big old chunk of mana and swing VV. We have a little bit of removal. I thought Spite of Mogus was a really cute include that I never see anybody play. Deals damage equal to number of instant sorceries in your graveyard, which will be 1 billion. Love that inclusion. I'll just talk about these right away. So we have Brain Geyser, Epic Experiment, and Finale of Revelation, all which do useful things for the deck. Illegal. I think this breaks your own restriction. Yeah, technically, these spells cost 2 or less if they don't do anything. I immediately removed these. I was like, no. I know I didn't even make the restrictions, and I'm like, no, this doesn't fit. And then a little bit of like we're packed full of interaction, counters and removal and cantrips. Some notable ones. I never see anybody playing Disrupt. Depending on the type of player you are, if you get Disrupt to work, man, does it feel good. You're just like, this validates everything. I for 1 mana, I have countered a spell and drawn a card. Oh. Card's bad. It's not good. I think I cut this. I have to look back, but yeah. But yeah, a lot of similar effects. We're trying to be able to swing VV. We're trying to be able to get VV in. And then everything else is interacting. We also have some ways like Psychotic Fury, Raking Claws, and Twin Inferno to double strike VV to try and just get like that one-shot lethal. I think that's cool. And then I don't know what it was. I don't know what the difference was here, but I really liked the double jump flying kick inclusion, even though this also breaks the restriction that I have made more restrictive. So like you can cast either side of this, or you can cast them both together. And both of them are good for what we're doing here. So you put a flying counter on VV and make it base power and toughness 5/5. That's a huge boost. You're helping VV to get in, and the flying counter sticks around. Plus, just this card by itself has brought VV from 0 power to 6 because you get a counter. And then Flying Kick is good removal. Creature deals damage equal to its power. I don't know why this to me was like, yeah, definitely. And the X spells were like, ew, no. But I don't know. Let me know if you felt the same way, or if I'm, I don't know, being too specific or not specific enough. We have a handful of artifacts, which of course also trigger VV, because why not? A little bit of mana, spellbook for cards in hand, Ozolith. Normally, I'm not a big fan of running the Ozolith in something that just incidentally has counters, but the fact that VV is our only creature, and like it means that our opponents like game plan will against us will always be okay, but I just try and kill VV. Means that this allows us to reset quickly. Because if an opponent successfully removes VV, then we go, uh-oh. I now have to wait 2 turns to replay VV again. It's not great. So I like the inclusion here. Hard One Jite is another way to give double strike. Isochron Scepter. Oh, I didn't even suggest Isochron Scepter. It was in this deck. That's what it was. Yeah, this is great. We have so many spells we can put onto this card. Love that. Red Mage's Rapier is one of the only ways to produce another creature. Cool. It's like we could use it. The Ooze is more counter synergy. And then we do have a couple enchantments. What is this? What is this? What does this do? Backfire. I've never seen this card in my life. Enchant creature. Backfire deals 1 damage to the creature's controller for each 1 damage dealt to you by that creature. This card is such garbage. Like, you win the award of the day for showing me a card that I did not ever think I'd have to think about. But get this out of here immediately. What is it? What does this do? Like, maybe I'm missing something. Like, let's Scryfall this thing. When enchanted creature deals damage to you, this already is that much damage to that creature's controller. This is not even, you can't even flash this in. No. Nope. 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 You get your points for making me think about that card ever. Yeah, it gets cut. We are running the Curiosity combo. Arguably the best thing that you can do with VV. So since this effect does not specify combat damage, every time you cast any spell in this deck, you are drawing 3 cards if you hit 3 opponents. But at least by the restrictions of the deck, we can't run the other 2 copies of this. Tandem Lookout, which is a creature, which grants this effect, or Ophidian Eye, which is 3 mana to grant the effect. We have some other ways to pump up VV's power. I really like the Lasting Tar Fire in this deck because it triggers at each end step, and as long as we've cast anything, it means we put a counter onto VV and then get to hit our opponents for 2 more damage. And then Smoke. Yeah. No player may untap more than 1 creature during their untap. I mean, we've only got 1. I'm on board. And then we have a pretty basic, straightforward mana base. All right, so that's our jumping off point. Here's what I got. First of all, let's take a look at all the stuff I cut from this. I cut a lot. So I already mentioned some of them. The X spells gone. Backfire gone. I also we can do better with some of these cantrips, or we just don't need them. Portent, I cut because the draw is delayed. That's not great. Birthday Escape I cut because the ring tempting you does not matter at all. Like I guess it matter if you wanted to get really sneaky with it once in a really narrow way, you can cast Birthday Escape first, have Vivi become your ring bearer, and at level 1, which is the only level you'll ever reach, it gives it Skulk, so it can't be blocked by things that have a higher power. You send Vivi into combat, and then after blocks are declared, which they can't for the most part, you then cast a bunch of instants, but like it's not worth it. And then I cut some of the worst interaction. Eye of Nowhere is bounce anything, but it's sorcery speed, bad. Volcanic Hammer, deal 3 damage to something, but sorcery speed, bad. Shock, it's fine. It works, but I think we can do better. I cut all of the blasts. If they are in here for the flavor of Vivi is doing some, I don't know enough about Final Fantasy, but like some red magic and some blue magic, sure, keep them. These are not good. Pyroblast and Red Elemental Blast are really the only playable ones, and they are usually just good if your deck needs to stop blue from countering stuff or doing other blue stuff, and it can't normally. But this deck is also blue, so we can just counter them back. Twiddle and Vision Charm, I didn't feel like these were particularly strong. Like, they are 1 mana, but they don't have effects that we care about. Yeah, like all of this other stuff. Keep Safe is one of the things that we were using to protect Vivi, but it's just a little too narrow for me. And then I cut Thought Vessel because this deck is almost entirely 1 or 2 mana spells, which means we're using a lot of colored pips. And we actually are not drawing above our hand size. The only way that we ever draw above our hand size, we cut those cards. So that and Spellbook get the chop. Hard One Jite, I think, is just, I don't want to have to pay 4 mana just for 1 VV trigger and double strike. I'd rather do it with a spell. And as a surprise at instant speed. And then the Ooze, I don't know what this does for us. Let's assume, what's the dream scenario here? We have a bunch of counters on VV. Somehow our opponents managed to kill VV. That's not good. We make a bunch of mutagens. We replay VV, and then we have to pay 1 mana for every one of those mutagens just to put a counter onto VV. Bleh. No, thank you. I cut the Fire Breath effects, Fire Breathing and Fiery Mantle, because, man, if this is what we have to do to increase VV's power, something has gone wrong. We should be able to just cast more spells. And then I really liked the Lasting Tarfire inclusion, and then I cut it. Same reason. This could just be more spells. Right? This could just be more spells. I don't know. It didn't feel like this was worth it. And like, if they remove Vivi, this also does nothing. They are all spells. I mean, yes. But this could have been like 2 cantrips, which is way better. You know, I don't want to be spending mana on one of these effects. I'd rather be spending it on more cantrips. I don't want to be spending mana on this effect. I'd rather be playing more cantrips. Yeah. And then Wizard class, same thing. We don't need to break hand size. And if we're spending mana on these things, something has gone horribly, horribly wrong. So what did we add? A crisp 31 new cards. So, first of all, we wanted more ways to protect Vivi. That, pretty easy. We added an offer you can't refuse, which seemed like a knockout in this deck because not only does it counter problematic spells, you can also target your own stuff. Sometimes you just need more mana. So I'm like, okay, I'm gonna cast any spell and then cast offer targeting my own spell. I've now gotten 2 VV triggers and I make 2 treasures to continue doing stuff. So like that extra little bit, sort of like Erode, where I'm like, usually you should be doing this to do what it says on the card, but the fact that in a pinch it can do this extra thing, which is fine, great. And then we got a suite of 1 mana boost, give hexproof. I defaulted to Magic Damper, or as we called it during the subathon, Magic Diaper. Shore Up, and I don't know if I did another one. Yeah, those, it looks like those are the 2. I like these because they untap. So it means that if we have to use this to protect VV, great. Works. If we need to use this proactively for more spells for VV, great, because they've also buffed VV. Or VV is also the only creature that we have, and therefore our only blocker. So if we need to have VV absolutely destroy something in combat, opponent swings, we untap it instant speed and block. Cool. Also for protection, redirect lightning seems great. Yeah, we have now some options. I just upgraded the cantrips a little bit. We weren't running Consider. Might of the Meek. I'd rather have instant speed cantrips, and this one also allows us to swing with a VV that's very large. They chump block with the 1/1, and we go Surprise Trample. Monstrous Rage does a similar thing, even though it doesn't cantrip. That's a big boost. Slip Through Space was another unblockable cantrip that we were missing. I like Twisted Image. Instant speed, switch power and toughness. That means with VV, you can cast this for a +3 boost to power because VV's inherent power and toughness is 0-3. So you switch those, but it's going to end up with a counter already before this resolves, so you'll never kill it. Overmaster I liked as a cantrip. If like I don't know, you can use this to force through a spell that you really need to resolve, but also it just cantrips, like worst case scenario. I increased the interaction a little bit, or I improved it over like the boomerang and other things. Flood Maul is some of the best interaction you can get for 1 mana. I've been really high on Chainsaw recently. I just played a game where this was very relevant. 2 mana, deal 3 damage is like a fine rate. It's not incredible, but it is fine. The difference here is whenever any creatures die, you put a rev counter on Chainsaw. Creatures die all the time. So this just ends up always, like 100% of the time, this ends up with a bunch of counters on it. Because creatures die in the course of the game, and nobody wants to spend removal on the Chainsaw that's just sitting there unequipped. But it means now, for the low cost of 2 mana and you already killed a thing, you can turn any creature into a threat. So I've been playing this in decks anyway. But in this VV deck, it means I killed a thing. I also got a trigger from VV because it's a non-creature spell. And then at any later point where I need to reassemble a scary VV, I just go, great, cast VV, equip. Done. What? Yeah, I think Chainsaw is super underrated. And those of you who are playing Chainsaw, you know, you know. Also, Prismari Charm, new card. I think this is just. I think all of the charms are really playable. If we need this to be a cantrip, it's a cantrip. If we get the chance to blow up 2 mana dorks, incredible. Or it bounces anything on the field. That's like that. God, that's just so much. Yeah, so a little bit more interaction. I did add some other ways to produce creatures because I don't know that you can be only VV only ever. And we already broke this with the Red Mage's Rapier that was in the deck. So I added Astrologian's Planisphere, because this is like a mini VV. It doesn't produce mana, but it will get a +1/+1 counter whenever you cast a non-creature spell and draw your 3rd card, both of which happen pretty frequently in this deck. And of course, you can always equip it to VV and go real nuts. And then the other one is Corey Steelcutter. Cast your 2nd spell, make a monk with prowess. Great. And this also, in a pinch, can be equipped to VV to give trample and haste. Very relevant. Some other sneaky tech. It's a lot of like individual things now. Quest for Pure Flame. Whenever source you control deals damage to an opponent, put a quest counter on it. And you remove 4 quest counters and sacrifice it to double your damage to creatures and players this turn. Hey, guess what? 2 VV triggers, and this thing is ready to sacrifice. Because you hit each opponent. So that is a 1 mana damage doubler. Hi, Kling. Sigil of Sleep. In the notes, Squee said that he is fine being the problem. Like other cards that were printed in the early days of Magic, this one does not specify combat damage. So if you equip VV, or if you chant VV with this, every time you cast a spell, you bounce a creature for each opponent. Yikes. Yeah. I put Artist Talent in here because this is a really good card. This is a really good card. This is a really good card. It's a really good card. This is a really good card. Our entire deck is not creature spells, so at the very least, it guarantees that we can just go spell, 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 and not ever run out of gas. We're not worried about drawing lands because we just pitch them. And then, again, if things go sideways, we can level this up to level 3. I mean, like level 2 also relevant, reducing the cost of stuff. But level 3 means that now VV does not need a ton of spells to eliminate the table. Some other upgrades to our cantrips. Born Upon a Wind lets us cast at instant speed, so the few sorcerers we do have now also instants. Consult the star charts. Yeah. Card's good. Something. Flow State, brand new one from Strixhaven. Also really good. very easy for us to put an instant or sorcery in the graveyard to be able to have this draw 2 cards. And then Prophet's Eidetic Memory. It is a cantrip, 2 mana, enters, draw a card, and then at your combat, you put a counter on Vivi for every card you've drawn that turn, minus the first one. Yikes. Big scary. I toss the Mana Rocks in. We have lots of cantrips. We're always going to be able to use mana. Diary of Dreams, also a new card. This has played pretty well for me so far in very dedicated Spellslinger decks. Whenever you cast an instant sorcery, you put a counter on it, and then you can pay 5 and tap to draw a card, but it costs 1 less for each page counter on it. So this just ends up being a free card draw every turn very quickly. And then was surprised we had some other double strike cards in here, but we were missing Temur Battle Rage, arguably the best double strike for 2. Because we also get the trample if we have a creature with power 4 or greater, which I assume we have if we're swinging BV. I do have a couple cards in the sideboard. I have all 3 of the extra turn spells in red. I don't know if this is the vibe for the deck that you're looking for, Squee. But I think they're worth a consideration. So all of them are 2 red mana to take an extra turn, and you lose at the end of that turn. But I think with Vivi, oftentimes that one turn wins you the game. Because you might go, okay, I'm going to blow all of my mana, spell. Swing with Vivi, kill 1 player. With an extra turn, you now go, okay, I untap, spell again. That probably kills 1 more player and attack the last one. So you might want to give that a shot. Plus, these cards are funny because sometimes you whiff and then you lose. And that is funny. And the last card I added in the sideboard is Vivi's Persistence. If you have one of these, immediately put it in the deck. But, man, I should have gone more in on getting copies of this, because do you see that price tag? Whoo, boy. This card is really good. Is it $80 good? No. It is really good. But, no. You are certainly going to be the problem with this deck. It is... It is hopefully a little easier to keep Vivi on the board with the with a little extra counter magic, a little extra protection, and then a nice upgrade to kind of all aspects of the deck. I wish you the best in enraging your entire play group. Yeah, I will. If anybody wants, here is the deck list in the chat. And I know that Squee is not in the chat. So I'll make sure to get that to him later. Okay. Well, I got a little bit more time left on the stream for today. I'm going to take a quick break, probably grab something to eat. And then if I get back and people are looking for more deck techs, then I think I could add like 1 or 2 more for today. And if not, then we got plenty of other stuff. Chat will not be mad if you have to go do your other stuff. I I do have some other stuff to do. Yeah, Mark, you do a deck tech. I think we could definitely do at least one more. But yes, please not die. Well, I definitely need to eat. That is the main thing. That will kill me if I don't eat. But I think we could. I think we could do one more. Because like this, here's the advantage here, right? Is there is I counted. There are 4 billion things that I need to do right now. That is the count. I wrote out the to-do list and it says 4 billion. And there is realistically time for like 12 things. So no matter what, I'm not going to get everything done. It's impossible. But it's really hard to procrastinate when you have the 4 billion things looming over your head. But when you all submit these interesting decks, it's very fun, and this is the thing that I can get lost in. As Nerd Girl knows, while she watches the chat from afar and sees me talk way too much about each one of them. And so like this is a little bit of like stress relief, because I do it is fun to a point of like I'm forgetting about the 4 billion things. So I'm going to go grab something. I'm going to go grab something to eat right now. I would say add 1 for Mark. And if while I'm gone, somebody else, I would say there's 1 more slot. Add 2. But if by the time that I finish Mark's actually doing that deck tech, and nobody else has done one, I will just end the stream there. So yeah, you all know what to do. You head down to the Ko-fi link there, look in the shop for the deck techs for the day, or you click on the link that Nerd Girl has just put into the chat. I will see you all in a moment. Okay. Here we are. All right. Mark, let's see what you got for me while I eat this leftover Chinese. Ooh, Savra. Man, I haven't seen a Savra deck in forever. Okay. Been looking to push this up to bracket 3 because draining the table one at a time was pretty miserable. Okay. And then looking for ways to build out an engine and a board state a little bit faster, have ways to close out the game. I've got combos, but don't really want it to be a combo deck. Other win cons are welcome. Okay, and really excited about all the Witherbloom cards. Yeah, this set, there's so many bangers in this set. Hey, Jirachi. All right, let's take a look at this bad boy. So Savra, from the original Ravnica set, 4 mana 2/2. Whenever you sack a black creature, you can pay 2 life, and each other player has to sacrifice a creature. And whenever you sacrifice a green creature, you gain 2 life. Yes, this already plays really nicely with what Witherbloom wants to do, which is a lot of life total manipulation. It likes big swings one way or the other. Three planeswalkers. Grist gives you insects to sacrifice, and itself is a sack outlet for the -2 ability. Vraska, also a sack outlet for the plus ability. Liliana, sack reward for her passive, and can make everybody sack 2 creatures. Omega, yeah. The anime art from Ravnica Remastered. It's pretty great. Creatures. All right. Lots of creatures, because of course we want to be sacrificing them. So we see like a lot of cards that we would like a lot of the typical fare for sacrifice decks and for life gain decks. So, you know, sack outlet, life gain, life gain when sacrifice. I like these little bits of utility in Insidious Fungus and Cankerbloom, both of which can sacrifice themselves for whatever effect that you need at the time. Love a good twitching doll. I'm a big fan of this mana dork because it's a fine rate 2 mana creature that can produce a mana, but later on it has built up a bunch of counters and makes that many spiders. So like you get a sacrifice trigger from it itself, and then you make a bunch of bodies which can be sacrificed later. Love it. Yeah, some more like gain life, opponents lose life. Bantu's cute. I haven't seen a lot of people playing this. You sack a creature to scry one, and each opponent loses life, and you gain a life. And it just is a 4/6 menace indestructible as long as you have had a creature die under your control, which is what the entire deck does. Let's see. I've said this many times before. I think this Braids is super busted. I think it's a card that everybody plays and still underrates. Tokens, 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 which are expendable bodies. Sephiroth. Cool. Namada. What's Namada with you? If a creature an opponent controls would die, exile instead. When you do, create a 1/1 green saproling. This works for you and a little bit against you. It's probably still worth putting in the deck, but it does deny you some triggers for stuff like Blood Artist, because this triggers when an opponent's creature dies, but they are not dying if they never hit the graveyard. Same for a Poison Tip Archer. This is triggering when another creature dies, but it would shut off that for your opponents. Rotten Mouth Viper seems right at home here. This is a great spot for Rotten Mouth Viper. You will have plenty of expendable things, plus you get upside from Sovereign just for sacrificing them, and then this continues to do its strong thing. Love that. Okay, only a couple sorceries. Board wipe, ramp, drain everybody, make a bunch of pests seems pretty good for this. I think this is also a card that people misevaluate because like the numbers make it hard to think. But what if this just read 3 mana, destroy target artifact or enchantment, make 2 pests. That's not a bad rate. Like, compare that to like Reclamation Sage. It's better than Reclamation Sage. And that's assuming that you only ever pay X is equal to 1. Ooh, Season of Loss, a card that does not see enough play. And we like this here because it can be a bunch of sacrifices. It can also refill our hand. And then, hey, it might just eliminate some players if we need it to closer to the end of the game. Great, cool, love it. Instance. We are protecting our stuff a little bit. Removing our opponent's stuff a little bit. Fine. And then artifacts. Ramp, 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 ramp. Also protect our thing. Okay, and we have a source of more creatures. Bitter Blossom, Dreadhorde Invasion. Some payoffs for sacrificing. Meathook, Bastion of Remembrance, Moldervine Reclamation, Death Reap Ritual. Then we have Blood Bond combo to go infinite, and some other creatures that can serve as the other piece of these. And then Trudge Garden lets us turn life gain into 4/4s with Trample. And we got lands. Where do you? High market. Okay. Okay. This is solid. It's a solid start. So we're looking to speed this up a little bit. And then like other win cons besides Blood Bond combo. that we can do. Let's see. So let me just start with the easy one. This card is so messed up. This isn't a precon. Let me change the layout for this now that we've looked at all of the cards. Give me those stacks. Immoral Bargain. What the hell is this? Yeah, like such a complete gift for a deck like this. 3 mana, sack any number of creatures and destroy that many permanents. Good God. Oh, and the prepared one. I think this card is also just fantastic. So not only do you get a solidly above rate creature, you're spending 4 mana for a 5/5 with trample. So this thing absolutely can go to combat. But then the beginning of each end step, if you gained life at all, it becomes prepared. And then the sorcery is 2 mana, make 3 pests. What? Like this, you will never not prepare this creature. And then making 3 pests for 2 mana every turn is ridiculous. Oh, there's new Ophiomancer. Pest Rescuer. So like Ophiomancer originally, each upkeep, if you control no snakes, make a snake. This one is now each upkeep, if you don't control a pest, make a pest. And it amplifies your life gain by 1. So as long as you have a way to sacrifice and on opponent's turns, that's 4 pests a rotation with Savor triggers. And especially relevant, these are black and green creatures. So you get both triggers. I also I haven't made a video on this because I don't think there's much to say other than this card is really good. Cauldron of Essence. So it has that Zulaport Cutthroat ability. Whenever a creature you control dies, each opponent loses a life, you gain a life. And tacked onto that is a repeatable reanimation effect where you sack a creature to return anything from your graveyard to the battlefield. I look at Strixhaven and I'm like, okay, cool. Lorehold finally got the love that it deserved. It was the most unique school before and hot garbage in the original. And now it like its identity is like fully fleshed out and it gets like a lot of the things that it should have had the first time around. But Witherbloom, they're like, hey, what if everything we gave this was a banger? Like, I think Witherbloom has the most consistently across the board. Every card that it gets is really good. And then Prismari, we got nothing except for the resonating loot. And Silver Quill exists, and Quandrix. I don't know. I think it has a little leaning into the X's is like a little bit more identity, but I think Witherbloom like comes out on top with most good cards that they got straight up. Okay. Okay. Let's look. What else is making pests for us? Luen is solid. I think you're pretty much guaranteed to always be able to make a pest for one. Mozio. Oh, this card. Everybody loves this character. I don't know anything about. I don't know if they got any time in this story or whatever. But you definitely add this. Enters, makes a pest. And then at your end step, you reanimate a creature equal to the life you've gained. Whoa. Tend to be sacrificing tokens rather than creatures. Do you think the reanimate is worth it? Absolutely. Because all you need is one thing to reanimate, since your deck is able to constantly sacrifice whatever it gets. And so many of the creatures in your deck, like the actual creature cards, do so much for you that getting to replay them is really relevant. And of course makes you more resilient to like board wipes or people going like, okay, we gotta stop, we gotta pick apart what they're doing. I think you should be on 10 the pests. It's a really good source of a bunch of pests when you need it. And the fact that it's at instant speed. With Savra, it means you have the instant speed play of cast 10 the pests, sack a creature, everybody has to sack a creature, make a bunch of pests, sack the pests, board wipe. And I think it's really valuable being able to do that from a position where it doesn't look like you could do it. All right. I'm gonna now start cleaning house a little bit. I do think you drop Namada because of the non-bow potential there. I think you drop Swiftfoot Boots. Like you don't need haste for anything. And your deck just is really good at not caring if stuff dies. It just brings them back. We're pretty solid on sack outlets. We have a bunch of the cheaper free ones, but it's definitely a thing we'll have to like double check. Oh, here's an easy one. We can drop this Rampant Growth for, I don't remember the name, but the bear, the common bear. Where are you? Studious First Year, because it is both a body that you can sacrifice and gives you a Rampant Growth. In fact, we should look at a bunch of these. Oh, Silver Tongue. Wow. Yeah. If you're second main, if you gain 2 or more life this turn, it becomes repaired, and then you cast a Sign of Blood. Yep. Hey, dog boy. You could probably run some of these other ones, but I think that is what I would guarantee. Like, I would definitely run. I think Grave Researcher or Emeritus of Woe is like reasonable, but I've said it many times. I think this card is bad. This one is okay. Leech Collector might actually be pretty solid for you because you are always going to have it prepared. And 1 mana, each opponent loses 2 life. Not very good. 1 mana, each opponent loses 2 life every rotation. Pretty good. But yes, Studious First Year and Scheming Silver Tongue are for sure the ones that you want in. Missed me last week. I know. Hopefully I'm able to do this more consistently. It's just one of the things that drops if there's a ton of work, and surprise, there's always a ton of work. What do I think of Professor Fell? Well, this is the yeah, the 4 mana. I think this is fine. I don't know. It seems like it's a Planeswalker in Commander. Because either like think about each of the scenarios. You play him, you +2 to gain 3 life. Yikes. We've paid 4 mana to gain 3 life. I guess the upside is if he survives a rotation, you get to make that emblem, but everybody knows that, so he definitely does not live. Or you play him, you 0. You draw a card, you lose a life. That's not bad. You've replaced the card you've played. He's at 5 loyalty. Maybe he survives. Like that's pretty reasonable. I think with all of the chump blockers that you have, you could probably keep him alive with the 0. But if you -3, anything gets through on him and he dies. I don't know. I wouldn't be upset to see him, but I think he's the Planeswalker and Commander, and they are just not terribly good. Yeah. Take a look at this thing. Beginning of your end step, if a creature died this turn, you know, the thing that this deck does, make a tapped token that is a copy of it. And hey, wouldn't you know, it's green and black. Oh, I was trimming stuff. Oh yeah, this was also added. Oh, I think you can cut nadirs here. This is one of the less efficient versions of this. This is only triggering on tokens, which is like, you know, you are making mostly tokens, but you have a bunch of other stuff too. And it's 3 mana. I personally am not a fan of Woe Strider, but like it does escape. That's something. I don't know. This has just never felt satisfying to me, but that might just be a personal thing. I think Mirkwood Bats I would also drop for the same reason. Like you are making a good number of tokens, but hey, Dog Boy, thank you. All right, we got a full lineup for today. You know the drill. Drop that deck list at some point, and you'll be after this. But also the fact that this specifies sacrifice, like, yes, that is the thing the deck's doing, but it does still keep this narrower. I don't know. I'll keep it for now, but I think it's possibly cuttable. Let's see. I think you could make both of these signets mana dorks. Like, we do want to be running more creatures. I think you're better off with these as any creatures. Like, what could we... I mean, like, it could be birds, or it's probably in here, but I'm trying to think if there's any 2 mana dorks that are really convenient here. I mean, obviously Cub, but I'm not here to recommend Badger Mocha. I guess Fanatic is always good, but we're not particularly specialized in making a 4-power creature. Hmm. Oh, you have a considering section. I should probably check that first. Oh, here we go. Prize Pig. Prize Pig. Gain life, put that many ribbon counters on Prize Pig. If there are 3 or more, remove those and untap it. So 3 instances of life gain also makes a mana for you. Mm. Tender Wild Guide also probably better because it has the potential to be 2 bodies if you want. And then sometimes they just turn into giant creatures because you didn't need them for mana. Okay, yeah, I think that would be the other one. Also adorable, exactly. Okay. I don't think this is a heroic intervention deck. I think you are always happy for a board wipe, unless that board wipe is farewell, and this is not stop farewell. Otherwise, the only thing you really need is protection for single things, where you're like, I'd like to keep this around, but I don't think it's worth that many slots. I'm not as hot on Dreadhorde Invasion here. Like you have some good sources of sackable creatures, and that is definitely your worst one. Dagoth will definitely get you in at some point. I we're getting to a point where I might need to find a better system, but we'll definitely have to figure it out. Trim. Um, so what, Chatterfang, you're here because when we make tokens, we make that many squirrels, and then okay, and you sacrifice them. Sure. I'm just like, I think Ghost Rider is super overrated. You've got other sack outlets. You know what? The more that I think about it, the more I think you do run Professor Fell here, Delian Fell, because it's very flexible. It's removal when you need it. Being able to get the emblem the next turn if you see an opening to do so. Like, let's say it is turn 4 and you're like, I think with these 4 pests on board or whatever, I can hold off attacks. The reward for doing so is so high that I think you run this. Did you mess something up? What do you mean? And also, Mark, what card were we talking about that combos with Soul Trader? Is that Chatterfang? Yeah. Mm. Yeah, actually, I think you cut Snakes can fail here too. I think these protection spells, unless they have other options, like resistance can just be removal, repass can be a land. I don't think you need these protection effects. I've also definitely talked about this. I think this card is super overrated. 5 mana for this effect is not good. Like this deck gets better use out of stuff like honestly out of like stuff like Dina, like the new one, where you can draw a card once per turn when you sack a creature because you can so consistently sack a creature on each turn. Someone force a 3rd deck tech by donation outside of the shop. I don't know. Did that happen? Because we got the 2, one, the Mark doesn't tweet, and then Dogboy Mark double marking, but I didn't see. Did somebody make a donation that was not in it? If they did, I'm sorry. I just totally missed that. Isn't this just a worse Bastion of Remembrance? Which one? Also, we're definitely cutting Zoff consumption. This card is terrible. Five mana one I just showed. The one I just cut. They are definitely different cards, but yeah, I don't think it's not very good. Um, I don't know. I think weirdly I'd cut Liliana here, right? Because it feels like Savra does a. I don't know. I think it's just because I'm really not high on planeswalkers, but like the ones here seem fine. Um, let's talk. There is a category of cards that we haven't really looked at. And that's the stuff from the previous precon that cares about the actual amount of life that you've gained. And I think because there's at least one. What's the name of that creature that gives you a win con? Um, just like on a body. Like, not that. I'm like on my other screen trying to search this, but it's hard to like find it when I don't remember the name of the precon. There we go. All right. I need because there's one card in particular that I'm thinking about here, but I don't remember the name of it. Ah, there it is. Blossoming Bog Beast. Oh, are you also in the precon? Yeah, you're in the new precon too. When this attacks, gain 2 life. When then creatures you control gain trample and +X for X amount of life you gained. You're making a lot of pests. Might as well make them also kill people. Yeah, life gainer hook. Yeah, it just rolls off the tongue, you know. Um, Ooh, also, we definitely want the charm in here. Charm's very good. Very good. Sack a permanent like a pest. Draw 2 cards. Cool. We love that. Gain 5 life. Cool. We love that. Especially considering we put in a thing that cares about how much life we just gained. And destroy a non-land permanent value 2 or less. All of those modes are good. All of those modes are good. But what do we cut out of here? Like, what's making the majority of our tokens here? I really think that the Mirkwood Bats is not... You just don't have enough for it. And Gargaroth feels like it's here just because it's a card. Oh, what's the room? What's the Bastion of Remembrance room? Because that's definitely an upgrade to this. I had Gargaroth because it's a body that also gains life and makes a token. Yeah. I mean, like, also, I think I'm too low on Gargaroth. Like, this card, the card is actually just good. Like, it's so absurdly overrate for 5 mana. Like the what you get out of it. But does anybody remember the room that half of it is Bastion of Remembrance funeral room, and the other half reanimates everything? Yes, whenever a creature you control dies, each opponent loses a life, you gain a life, and then unlock the other side, win the game. Because I think you really do not care that you've made a 1/1 white soldier token in this deck. But you sure do care about bringing every creature from your graveyard back into play. But yeah, trimming in this deck is tricky. New 4-mana enchantment with Bastion and Monarch is good. Oh, this was in Lorwyn, the Lorwyn ones, right? That's new. I don't remember the name of this card. There it is. Grave Venerations. Enters, become Monarch. Ends up, if your Monarch returns something, creature control dies, each opponent loses a life, you gain a life. This is not bad. For the same reason I end up putting the Professor Delian Fell back in. You are pretty good at putting creatures in the way of stuff. It's not bad. I'd consider it. I think one of these planeswalkers has got to go, though. Yeah, I don't know. What does Liliana do for us that Savra doesn't already do? Draw cards? Because my experience with Liliana has always been like she feels awesome in a game that I was already gonna win, and she feels like she doesn't do enough when that's my big play to try and get back into the game. Weirdly, I think you also drop Soul Shatter. Like this deck is just you just keep sacking your creatures until they can't sack any more creatures. And if they have a planeswalker, you just send 5 pests at it. Yeah. Let me give this a little test run. Fungus. Wild Guide. Savra. I guess you probably play out the forest first there, knowing that you have the Phyrexian Tower, so you look a little less scary. And then this turn you play Phyrexian Tower. On this turn, a lot of options here. I think you probably have targets for this. You go like 1, 2, 3, 4. Do we do 5 and hit another one? No, I think this ends up being just 1, 2, 3. You destroy an artifact, make 2 pests. Because now you can hold up this Phyrexian Tower, go, cool, like whenever I feel like it, sack this pest, make 2 mana, sack the fungus, gain 2 life, and do one of these actions. Let's see, can't keep that hand. This hand? Okay, let's see this, because there's no acceleration here, but we just curve out from 2. Turn 2 Zulaport. Turn 3, let's see, we're not making tokens yet. This could be Sephiroth, this can be Compy Swarm. Turn 4, you can... what do I want to do here? Compy always underperforms for you. I think you get kind of wild here knowing you have Sephiroth in hand. I think you pay 3 mana. I think you play Sephiroth. Enters, sack Zulaport. Draw a card. Player last land. End of turn. Trigger. Yeah. Compy, what's relevant for Compy here is that it is green and black, so it triggers both parts of Savra. We draw here. This is a little light on mana. You can go play Savra, swing Sephiroth, sack your token Compy. Savra trigger, Sephiroth flips. That's gross. Because everybody sacked creature. And that is before the combat damage. So somebody also takes 5 in the air. Pass the end step, make a Compy swarm. That seems good. One more of these. Can't keep that hand. I think the last thing is it's going to be really hard, but we have to find like some cuts for some more lands. Turn 1, Wastewood Verge, Studious First Year. Turn 2, cast this Rampant Growth. Turn 3. Depending on the board, Culling Ritual into Imagination, or we just drop Savra. Yeah, because now here we can go cast Vraska, sack our Studious First Year, gain a life, draw a card, spend our last mana on an Essence Warden. I'll play one more turn with this. This should be at 6, but... I think you can actually cut either Fungus or Canker Bloom. We have Ramp or we have Proliferate as the difference. Because green creatures that are only green have much less value to you. And you do have a lot of coverage on removing problem artifacts and enchantments. Trying to figure out like what's the upside downside on each of them. We don't have a ton of stuff to proliferate, but we do have 3 planeswalkers, like a handful of things. Nice with Yawgmoth. But like I think the real answer is this. I think you cut both of them. Are there like utility pieces, like lands that we could add to this that work? You've got the stuff that sacrifices already. Oh, wait. It's totally gone from my head. There we go. Lazatep Quarry. This is a sack outlet when you need it. And it's like kind of a reanimate to bring something back from your graveyard as a black creature. Like, you probably also want to run Takenuma here. Obviously, Boseiju should go in every single green deck, period. But it is also like $1 billion. Takenuma, however, pretty reasonable. Oh, there is a very cute one. Here's what I'll recommend. Because it's cute. Barador. You can pay XX and a black and tap it to amass orcs for equal to X, and only if a creature's died this turn. So your deck just makes creatures die all the time. But even if you only have 1 black mana, you can still activate this and amass orc 0. And you will make a 0/0 orc, put 0 counters on it, and will die immediately, triggering anything of yours that cares about creatures dying. So either it can make a very large orc army, or it can make a free death trigger. Also, are you on what's its face? Spy Masters? I gotta, yeah. You definitely want to be on Spy Masters Vault. This digs so many cards for you. Connive X, where X is the number of creatures that die this turn. This is also instant speed. So, like, if you need to kill a player with combat, you swing at them with all of your pests, and then they're like, cool, block like 9 out of your 10 pests. And you're like, cool, that last pest. Well, first I'm going to sack all of my other pests. 9 creatures died. I'm going to connive 9 onto the one that's left. All right. I'm sure I missed some of the ones that are tagged for this. Oh, I think you can shave like a card here. I don't know. I'm gonna be real. You all cut all of your reliquary towers. You can cut all of your reliquary towers in all of your decks forever. I think my no nuance take is cut every reliquary tower in every deck that you own, unless that deck cares about cares directly about having more than 7 cards in your hand. Like if your commander has power and toughness equal number of cards in your hand or something. Yeah, no problem, Mark. All right. Well, Mark, now you're up. Let me see. So, Dogboy, do you... Let me see. Did I get your deck list yet? Yeah, I like having more than 7 options. I if you get to a point where you've drawn significantly more cards than the 7 in your hand, and you need more than 7 cards to answer the problems that you have, something's wrong with your deck. If I look at like 15 cards and I can't go, great, these 7 are all I need, then something is wrong. And that's me saying it. I want these options. That's I won't deny that it does feel good to just be like sitting at the table with, trying to hold all 50 cards in your hand. But yeah. Yeah. Oh, the last thing we'll do while we're waiting for Mark with a C, you said you did want to bump this up to like more of a bracket 3 feel. I feel like the upgrades have definitely helped, but we can at least pick some game changers for you. You're the life gain deck. Bowls of Citadel is the first one that I would think of for this. Obviously, any of the good tutors would be fine. But like, you could run Turkrid. She's not in the command zone, okay? You could run Turkrid. I think the other one that's actually really good for your deck, you'd have to change your mana base to optimize for this, but Field of the Dead. Because this makes black zombies, right? Yes. So this is free free bodies to sack to Savra. You would definitely want to cut all of the extra forests and swamps for other uniquely named lands. Does the deck have enough land ramp for it to be worth it? Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. This is so free. If you make 1 zombie a turn, worth it. Because the purpose of this is not to be like a main source of stuff. The purpose of it is like, this deck is super grindy. You will get 7 lands on the board. And at the point where everybody's resources are exhausted, the fact that every turn you're like, great, I could make a zombie, and that is something I can grind up into more value, very important. Yeah. But also let me re-emphasize, any of the tutors are better than these. Like are better than Field of the Dead and Turgrid. So like if you wanted these to just be Demonic Tutor, Vampiric Tutor, probably even Worldly Tutor, better options, but if you're not doing tutors, then I think Turgid and Field are the ones that would be nice here. Case of Stash Skeleton. That is cute. I really like that card. That's in my CEDH Sephiroth deck, and it has done serious work. Dog boy, can you hear me? Where have you gone? Yes, you can. Do you have your deck list ready? I guess this could be quality eating time for me. I shouldn't be talking so much. In the Discord. All right, let me get it. Aha. Oh, yeah. Give me the Lorehold stuff. Agreed, Dasim. Or actually, I don't know. Is your name like Dasim Ba? Or is it like Da Simba? Either way, I agree. Da Simba. The capital throws me off, you know? All right, let's talk Quintorius. So, Dogboy Mark has submitted Lorehold Salvage Station. Oh, I'm already pumped for this. Let me duplicate. Yeah, like I said, I am definitely going to be building a Lorehold based deck. Like it might end up with another color or something, but with these abilities, because I think they're great. Give cards in considering. Okay, cool. So we're headed by Quintorius History Chaser. 4 mana, Planeswalker that enters with 5. Whenever one or more cards leave your graveyard, to make a 3/2 spirit. You can plus to discard and draw 2 and mill a card. You can -4 to give your spirits double strike and vigilance. Now, Dogboy, talk to me here. Are there things that you're aiming for in particular? I should probably look at your Discord message. Maybe you have some details there too. Yes, you do. Considering converting it to a salvaging station engine deck. I like that. Looking for a general opinion of the deck as it is, and then thoughts on converting it to work under the same design, but with salvaging station. Sick. All right, let's take a look at the deck first, and then we'll talk salvaging station. So obviously, main thing is we want to get a lot of value out of Quintorius's regular ability, stuff leaving your graveyard. I've talked about a lot of these cards individually in shorts, but I think Duretti is pretty well set up for decks like this because he has the ability to put stuff into your graveyard. He has the ability to return stuff out of your graveyard. What more can you ask for? Then we also have other Quintorius. The synergy here is that you're also making spirits. That's fine. My initial reaction here is that this is not very good for the deck other than for the flavor, but we appreciate flavor. Okay, creatures. Yeah, so I should have assumed from the, hey, this might be a salvaging station deck. We're doing a lot of the artifact, trash for treasure style stuff. Goblin Welder, Goblin Engineer, Duretti, yeah, Scrap Welder, all of this stuff that is able to swap artifacts from graveyard and battlefield. That's funny. Goblin Matron, pretty good here because it does all of the relevant effects: Duretti, Scrap Welder, Engineer, Welder, all goblins. Marvin, huh? Yeah, second copy of Engineer and Welder, etc. Pretty strong. Hey, another card that I think people really like just don't play enough of: Loyal Retainers. Reanimate effect in white for 3 mana on a body, which means that you can repeat it with whatever. So good. Thought behind the deck is Archaeology Dig Site Man by Elephants and Goblins. Love it. Love it. Then we're definitely keeping other Quintorius. All right, Vanguard of the Reckless. Oh, you're new. I was like, I don't know this card. Oh, right, because it's new. Wow. we're Academy Rectoring here. I guess we'll find out what you're here to grab. All right, yes, and we have the other Quintoriuses. I think both of these belong in a Quintorius deck. I think this is the outlier where it's like, hey, if you have a flavor reason to put it in, go for it. Otherwise, don't. But we have a flavor reason. Because this one has the same, like, triggered ability, and this one also exiles cards from your graveyard. So that works. All right, let's see. Tutor. Stuff from graveyard. Stuff from graveyard. Trash for treasure. My name for this archetype. And then interaction, and some artifacts, which we do need. We are swapping things out. I'm surprised to not see some very large artifacts. If Arc of Hunger is our biggest artifact, I don't know. My instinct is that we're missing out on the big plays of Goblin Welder or Duretti or Trash for Treasure. Let's see. But a lot of good sack fodder. Thousand-Year Elixir. Oh, I guess, yeah, because we really want to use the goblins right when they come down. Monument. Are we discarding enough? Halo Fountain? Halo Fountain. I'm intrigued. All right, here's our enchantments. Man, this is a super fair Academy Rector. Your biggest enchantment is primary research. Academy Rector has been used to do some messed up stuff in the game of Magic the Gathering, and this is very fair. Okay. A pretty reasonable mana base. All right. So my initial impressions of this deck, I think this is a really good core to support Quintorius. Because this is a thing that red and white was already good at, which is this idea of getting your artifacts out of your graveyard. I definitely feel like we're missing out on not having juicier artifact targets. And It feels super weird to have $100 Academy Rector in here to fetch these. So yeah, Dogboy, talk to me. Is there like a maybe a flavor or a power reason to not include big artifacts? One sec driving. Understood. But while you do that, let's take a look at the card that we might be swapping this deck to revolve around. Salvaging Station. I'm going to assume, Cecil, that that is the I stopped at a thing to, and then I had the moment to send a text. But yes, I hope that the next one is not until done driving. So this is Salvaging Station. This is part of a cycle of stations from Fifth Dawn back in the original Mirrodin block. This one, 6 mana, tap, return target non-creature artifact with mana value 1 or less from graveyard to play. And when a creature is put into a graveyard, you can untap it. So there were 3 other stations: Blasting Station, Grinding Station, Summoning Station, that if you put them all together, they would form this little infinite loop. The kind of the funny part is you actually did not need one of them. I don't remember which one. Like, you could form the loop with just 3 of them, but it was only specific 3. It wasn't like, oh, you can take out any one piece. So one specific station was irrelevant to the loop. Summoning was the one you don't need. Yeah. I do like the idea of using this in the deck. One, because it finally gives us an option for a larger artifact to try and animate, not animate, to bring back. And then it really plays into this strategy well, because like, what you just need. I'm trying to think if you could find one more piece that makes this go infinite. Because if you have Quintorius, when you activate Salvaging Station, hey, hi Guinevere, yeah, I get it, you're down there. You would make a spirit, and then all you have to do is sacrifice that spirit to untap Salvaging Station. So, like, if you had, is there a 1 mana artifact that allows you to sacrifice a creature? Like, if but also gets itself back into the graveyard? I don't know. But yeah, Dog Boy. So are you not driving now? Now I need to find out. I need V1 cannot be a creature. Had to pick kids up from work. Don't worry about it. Just want to make sure that, you know, everybody's safe. I need a 1 mana that can sacrifice itself or can get itself into the graveyard and sacrifices our spirit. I'm just like curious now. Do you exist? I think the answer is probably no. Can run the other stations. Oh yeah. So we while you were getting home, we were talking about like the original stations and how you can run them as to form a little infinite loop themselves. I just wanted to see if there was like one that could do it with Quintorius. And now I've gone down this rabbit hole and I need to see it to the end. It doesn't exist. It doesn't exist. That's okay. All right. I think this is definitely the deck to do it. So, oh, they're are they inconsidering? Yeah. So like, okay, here they are. Blasting Station, sack a creature, deal damage. When a creature enters, you can untap it. Cool. In. Grinding Station, sack an artifact, mill 3 cards. When an artifact enters, untap it. In. Cool. Last one, Summoning Station. Tap, make it 2/2. When an artifact goes to the graveyard, untap it. In. Academy Rector is for the any enchant, but also leaves a graveyard trigger. I've just never seen such a fair Academy Rector before. What are we keeping this in bracket 2? Just so I know how to aim here, but yeah, I really like this idea. The stations are awesome. That's what we're doing now. And we will have to find at least one cool target for Academy Rector. Don't care on what bracket it becomes. Okay. I think we're doing the stations, so it's bracket 2. Because like, what would we really want here? Like gamble? Okay. I think you cut the Stonebound Mentor. This card is pretty terrible. Oh, you don't need to run Chaos Warp because we are in white, and white can deal with everything that red cannot deal with. Game changer rates are versus bracket. Oh, yeah, like which ones get run the most in bracket 3? Do you mean, or like, you know how? Yeah, that would be certain game changers never appear in either. Yeah, it's probably like Sway the Stars, uh, Mishra's Workshop because nobody can afford it, stuff like that. But yeah, um, Oh yeah, definitely the tutors, because I feel like people, if they're gonna play bracket three, their game changers are gonna be the cards that do stuff, not the cards that find stuff. All right. Am I missing something for this elixir? I know people like to run this just because, well, it puts my cards back into my library, but we don't want that here. And I don't think you are. I don't think you. I don't think you care. I don't think there's any reason to shuffle your stuff back in. I think that's pretty actively bad all the time, and it's only a single trigger of stuff leaving your graveyard. Yeah, what is this Halo Fountain in here for? Oh, it's to untap your goblins, isn't it? It's to untap your goblins. It took me a moment. I sure. I think Court of Ardenvale is a little rough here. Returning stuff value 3 is like fine, but I don't think this deck is like well equipped to defend the monarchy often. Like, hopefully we've made some spirits, but I don't think we're making the volume of spirits necessarily to be like, yeah, for I feel pretty confident that I untap with a monarch. Like monarchy because it fosters combat. I mean, I agree with that, but when it I don't think it benefits this deck to do that. Graveyard to hand is still trigger. It's true. It's true, but I don't. 4 mana for a trigger. Like, you get a little bit more out of it, but I think focusing elsewhere is stronger. All right. Absolutely run this currency converter. We are discarding cards with multiple things, including our commander. This gives you a trigger on every discard. Um, and then it also ramps you, and the treasures we can use as sacrifices for Goblin Welder and things like that. This is a card that I think should be in most Quintorius decks. Hmm. Oh, where's my Spirit of Resilience? God, this card is sick. This is such a cool card. And it can copy artifacts or creatures leaving your graveyard. So if you bring back your summoning station, your salvaging station, you get 2 for that turn. Any deck that likes discarding should have a Spell Shaper or 2. The problem with the Spell Shapers is that to get them on the board is usually pretty awful. But I'm definitely willing to look if there are some that specifically meet what we're looking for. I am not impressed. Maybe Toymaker or Sliversmith, but these effects are just not synergistic enough, I think, with what you're doing here. Yeah. What's the prepared one? Yeah, this. If there are 3 or more artifact or creature cards in your graveyard, it becomes prepared. And then its spell makes a token copy of something in your graveyard. Also, just like a nice quality of life. Here's an Angel of the Ruins. If we're cheating artifacts out, this one is both easy to get into the graveyard and really impactful when it enters. Why do I have a feeling that we're missing one of the trash for treasure effects, but maybe I'm wrong. Maybe not. We should check the retrace stuff. We are in this realm. Are there any ones here? Oh. Please hold. Is Reality Scramble kind of hot here? I think you run Flame Jab no matter what. I just think that card is really good with Quintorius. I don't know. I kind of like this, but I don't think I'm not gonna say like definitely put this in your deck. I would run it because it's fun. But you put a permanent on the bottom of your library, and then you reveal until you hit a card that shares a card type with the permanent. So if you like, hit your Ichor Wellspring or whatever, it will hit the next artifact. I think the deck is not particularly well positioned to use this card, but it would be fun. Um, yeah. How's the mill engine look? It's okay. We have a little bit of it in the command zone, and I don't think you need a ton of mill. You just need to be able to get a one relevant thing into the graveyard when you want it. So like this would definitely be on Faithless Looting. Um Oh, this is the kind of deck that definitely wants big score, etc. Trivial. All of us, we're all getting decked out. We want big score, we want unexpected. Cuz these like not only do they put a thing into the graveyard and produce treasure tokens which we can use for Goblin Welder and Doretti, but also it lets us it lets us really narrow the window where players realize that they're in danger and can do something about it, because you can just pass the turn with your mana open and then wait till you're about to untap and then go, great, cast big score, put this salvaging station into the graveyard, make 2 treasures, untap. Yeah, specifically demand answers here because it can sack an artifact. You're probably also good to play like Seize the Spoils, but I don't know that you need it. Um, hmm. I think this card is very overrated, but I think it is pretty hot here. You're happy to mill, you're happy to draw, and it is an artifact that, at worst, at some point, gets the old goblin swap. It's even fetchable with Goblin Engineer. Oh, you know what? There is one other discard draw that I think I'd run in this. Melted Moxite is a discard and draw too, but it is an artifact that stays on the board. Very usable. Now, oh yeah, Saheeli's Lattice is the craft one, right? That might be a better idea. Because this one, when you craft, you will exile cards from your graveyard. What does this turn into? Probably doesn't even matter. Total power, the exile cards used to craft it. Yeah, I like that. Oh. Also, for everybody, this was one of the first cards that we added to Nerd Girl's upgraded deck. For Quintorius, I think it should be one of the first ads you put in any Quintorius deck is Summoner Sending. It's only 2 mana. End step, you exile a creature card from a graveyard. So you can hit your opponent's stuff, you can hit your stuff. It is triggers for Quintorius, and it also makes spirits with flying. Does not even matter too much what your deck is trying to do. This just synergizes so well with Quintorius that you play it. What's the one cool enchantment that we run here to work with Academy Rector? Like, I don't think it doesn't have to be like something crazy, but it has to be something cool. I don't know. Maybe we'll get back to that, but let's see. I assume Circuit Mender is here as sack fodder. I think this is overrated sack fodder. Everybody likes to put that in the deck. Same thing for Filigree, Familiar. You've got all of those 2 mana artifacts that do stuff when they enter. Deification is funny. Because you just need a creature in play, right? Choose a planeswalker type. Planeswalkers of chosen type, Quintorius, have hexproof, and as long as you control creature, if damage dealt to planeswalkers control type would result in all their loyalty removed, you still keep one. Yes, and actually, you know what? There's your Academy record. It's still super fair, but this is this gives you a really fun and like specific option. I like that. While we're on the subject of cards that you definitely put into decks like this, Ghost Vacuum should be the second card that you add to every Quintorius deck. And hey, it's a cheap artifact. Even better. Because this triggers Quintorius, makes spirits. Wow. Soul Cauldron, you could definitely play in this too. Actually, yeah, because the idea of giving all of your creatures the Goblin Welder or Goblin Engineer ability is, yeah. Also, I love this card. Okay, let's make some cuts. Is Lorehold Command in here for the flavor? Because if it is, keep it. If it's not, cut it. Oh, we also need Scrap Mastery. I don't know why I didn't do that immediately. This is exile all artifacts from your graveyard, so that's a Quintorius trigger. But it's just swap artifacts in graveyard and board. Cut anything you want. Get out of here. This is fine, but I think we're more on the artifact plan than the spirit plan, and this only plays into the spirit plan. Not that that kind of effect is bad, but it just does not do a ton for us. Hey, Squee! You made it. I'm feeling great. How are you? Boros Charm. Really, the only relevant mode there is give stuff indestructible. Yeah, I see the vision here. I don't know. It is an artifact that's 3. Do we what else can we untap with this that we care about? Welder, engineer are the big ones. Scrap welder is okay. This is not a sorcery speed one, so this also decent. Quintorius, I guess. Yeah. We're dropping the Halo Fountain. Because, what, the Drum Bellower is every upkeep, every untap, right? So that's better. Yeah. Each other player's untap. Same thing for 1,000-Year Elixir. Those are really only there for the goblins. Like, I guess you get an extra activation out of them, but, like, how often do you need double activation in the same turn? Renewed Solidarity is really specific. This is only when you're making spirits with Quintorius. So for this to do anything, you need Quintorius on the board and to be exiling things or to be having stuff leave your graveyard. Not enough. This is a lot of fodder. This is too much fodder. This makes servos. This makes treasures. This makes constructs. This is the basic land one. Get this out of here. Right, and this is, yeah, this makes artifact creatures. This makes artifact creatures. This makes artifact creatures. Okay, so those are all fine. Crucible, we can drop. Are we, well, I don't know. Are we on, we have Mesa. Like, you could continue to bring back a Buried Ruin, but I don't think that's worth it. Just got back from dinner. Yes, we did, because we had 2. So I'm finishing up this one, and then I will be done, and then I can get to work. But yeah. Looks pretty good. I am gonna recommend one personal favorite that I can't remember the name of now because my brain is gone. What's your name? What's the name? Horse mount. Where are you? Guardian Sunmare, baby. All right. I think this card is awesome. So 5 mana, 5/5 with Ward 2. So it's got a layer of protection. When it attacks while saddled, you can search for any permanent mana value 3 or less, non-land. Put it onto the battlefield directly from library to battlefield. So that is tutor up whatever the thing is that you need. That can grab your welder, your engineer. That can grab the smaller stations. Blasting station, grinding station. You know, do you need some graveyardy stuff? Great, tutor those up. This can find deification. I think the card is awesome. There's got to be some more cuts here. I think we're probably still a little too much on sack fodder. We probably don't need 3 of these. You can remove any one of the ones that makes creatures, with Mouser Foundry being the best of the 3. I don't think you have a consistent enough discard. Well, what? Because Quintorius discards 1, right? Like, if Duretti was your commander, I'd say it's worth. But I don't think that you have consistent enough discard, even with the discard that we added. I think this card is pretty solid, but, like, doesn't quite make the cut. I don't know. I'm not super high on this card. This is another one where it's like, you need to have Quintorius out and be doing graveyard stuff. And the payoff is pay a mana, tap and draw a card. Like, I'd rather have, like, Benny Brax or something that's rewarding you every end step for having made a token. But I don't think you need it. I don't think you need it, period. I don't know. The last cuts are hard. I'll be real. Quintorius is in your command zone. You got enough Elephant. This Quintorius just doesn't do anything for this deck at all. You know, you got the other Quintoriuses. Because it's like, it depends on how it makes you feel in the game, right? If you're happy because you have all of the Quintoriuses, then it's worth it. But for me, I'm like, I did it. I played a Quintorius, but man, it sure is not doing anything. I would be satisfied with the amount of Elephant already in the deck. I don't know. This is pretty good. I am struggling on these last 2 cuts. Let's say we go here, draw, Mountain. Faithless Looting. Draw. We've been... Good night, Dagoth. You'll never forget the day you play all 4 quints. I guarantee you I would forget. But that's also just like, you know, people enjoy the game different ways. I would forget that, but I wouldn't forget the day that I did a funky loop using 2 out of the 4 Quintoriuses. What am I discarding? We're probably good to get rid of like a land and let's say Drum Bellower. We have no payoff for that. All right. Turn 2. Draw. Play land. I think I am okay to just look at a card. Okay. Turn 3. We're at not enough, right? We need 2 more things in the graveyard for this Archivist. This is probably Moxite. Discard Retainers, because now we're out of discard outlets. Draw 2. Cool. And our final mana can be Flame Jab. But an elephant never forgets. You know what? If that tells you anything on my state of being right now, it is that I missed that joke that you put in all caps. Draw. We play a Radiant Summit. We recruit probably for the... Wow, Goblin Welder, which we can play this turn. And then if our opponents are fools, because there's definitely a real possibility they look at the graveyard, they go, well, you have nothing to bring back. And that is still kind of true. Cast Quintorius. Activate Quintorius. Discard Workshop Assistant, just in case we don't hit anything. Draw 2. Mill a card. It's a Solemn. Sick. Exchange Wellspring and Solemn. Draw. Basic. We have a mana left still for a Ghost Vacuum. Beautiful. Beautiful. Okay. I think the last thing that I would recommend for this is like 1 or 2 other big hits for artifacts. And that is really just flavor of the week. It can be whatever you want that you're like, I would love to be playing this artifact today. You know, as long as it's big and fat and fun. You know, like if you want the power, go for, you know, Portal to Phyrexia or something. But it doesn't even really matter. You just, I think it could use a little bit more like, and I know we're 2 cards over right now. You could probably shave a land since this has got a pretty decent card velocity with all the discard and draw. And I think Marvin is your last cut. Because the only thing that it does is welder engineer stuff. But without those, it does not anything. Like, if you really want them to do the thing, just put anger in this deck, and I think it works better than that, because you have access to so much discard that you can. Yeah, that is my thought there. All right, gang, this has been a great day. You submitted a lot of really interesting decks, and now all I'm going to be thinking about are all the decks that I want to build while I get back to the other work that I need to do. But I really, really appreciate you all coming and hanging out and just submitting all of these decks, because it is supporting me and the Decked Out team very, very directly. And I hope each time that you shuffle these up, you're having a more enjoyable time because of what they're doing. Let me take a little look-see to see who's on currently. Oh, also, and Strixhaven is out. If only one crumb of time to draft. Don't know much about Twitch. Can you go back on the stream? I actually don't know that. I don't know. I also don't know how quickly the VOD is uploaded on Twitch, so that you're able to take a look at what we did with your deck, which I think was pretty sick. But maybe you all in the chat know better than I do. But yeah, I'm gonna send you all over to Headology, because she can fulfill the drafting action that I am not able to do right now. Drafting between a deck. We did decks all day. The Seek bar if you're subbed. Okay, there we go. All right, everybody. Thank you so much for a great day. I will see you very soon. Cool. Goodbye, everyone.